never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
of the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome in. Time to kick off another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, our secret bunker in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's our home 20. Hey, what do you say, Mike? Yeah, that's what day it is. Well, at least we'll be working our way into a Wednesday, hump day, 4th day of May. Go ahead, hope your week's going well. Didn't even realize it till earlier this evening, doing a little preparation for the show. It's Derby weekend coming up. Counting down the days. Yeah, Kentucky Derby just around the corner. Obviously one of the biggest events in the sport of horse racing. Coming up this Saturday, Churchill Downs, Louisville, Kentucky. So yeah, Louisville's going to be a hopping place this weekend. And the reason I mentioned that, Mother Nature. Yeah, Mother Nature may be a player in the weekend Kentucky Derby. Yeah, we'll break that down. All part of our traveler's weather coming up here. Yeah, meanwhile tonight, we've got two separate systems. Our latest system just coming together out west. A system that once it crosses the Rockies will bring the potential for yet another round of severe weather. Starting later today, Wednesday, and on into Thursday once again. Here in southwest Ohio, we finally did get in on some of the severe weather. Had a tornado watch throughout the afternoon into the evening hours. And there were some tornado warnings issued here in parts of Ohio. Tonight, still some lingering showers through central and eastern portions of the state. Most of the heavier rain is now moving off to the east. You still have some heavy rains tonight through central portions of Pennsylvania, down into north central Maryland, and few thunderstorms there in northern Virginia, eastern portions of West Virginia. Things gradually breaking up, though, as we progress through the overnight hours. The threat for severe weather has greatly diminished. Matter of fact, we do not have any existing severe weather watches. What we do see is, again, as our next storm system will emerge into the plains later today, concern for flooding. A lot of areas that are very saturated with round after round of heavy rainfall. And some areas are going to be looking at on the order of another 2 to 3 inches of rain. Localized areas maybe up to 6 inches of rainfall, according to forecasters. I want to take you back, though, as we kicked off the week. Monday, I saw some of the photos being posted on social media. The heavy snow that had fallen, of course, it's getting a little late in the season for some of this. Folks in Nebraska, though, waking up thinking they had reverted back to the heart of winter. Obviously, it can certainly snow in May, something that parts of western Nebraska learned earlier this week with a heavy dose of fresh powder, closed highways, several accidents. Some places in the Nebraska Panhandle picked up nearly a foot or more of snow on the second day of May. And despite the strong early May sunshine, cold air with heavy snowfall rates were enough to blanket Interstate 80, causing the important Transcontinental Highway to be closed for several hours from Wyoming to Big Springs, according to the Nebraska State Patrol. They did get things reopened there later on Monday afternoon, but they were asking people, move slowly on the reopened road, watch for slick spots. But those wintry conditions, enough to make people take note. The heavy snow 6 weeks into spring. I mean, looks like we've reverted back to the middle of winter, according to the local news. WOWT Channel 6 out of Omaha said winter weather advisories were in effect Monday across much of the Nebraska Panhandle. Kimball, Nebraska, just miles from the northeast tip of the Nebraska-Colorado border. 15 inches of snow measured late Monday night. Other areas in Nebraska hit with double-digit snowfall were Potter, Nebraska, with 11 inches there. Albin with 10 inches. Other places had significant snow. Gary, Nebraska, officially with 9 inches. Oliver, 8 inches of snow as of Monday night. They're in Scotts Bluff, Nebraska. Residents there, weather whiplash. While it snowed on Monday, temperatures are actually in the 90s just 10 days ago. And they were in the mid-70s last week. Crazy. Now, the eastern part of the state, the same system that caused the snowfall, brought some much-needed rain across the drought-stricken areas of the Great Plains. From North Platte to Lincoln, 24-hour rainfall amounts generally from 1 to 1 3/4 inches of rainfall there on Monday. Somewhat unusual May snow in dark contrast to the weather that occurred not too far to the south in Oklahoma that same day, where indeed temperatures did climb into the 90s. So there was this intense temperature gradient. That was one of the pieces that fueled the significant risk of severe storms. Multiple rounds of storms producing all types of severe weather, including tornadoes. Now, for those who were not pleased with the snowfall as we started the month of May, just wait a few more days. Weather makes another major turnaround. For instance, in Kimball, where that top snow total of 15 inches was recorded, that'll be a distant memory here in just a few days. Temperatures will be rising back in the low to mid-70s by this weekend. They're actually anticipating mostly sunny skies by that point in time. But what a crazy way to start the week in western Nebraska. Now, as we look ahead to our Wednesday, Thursday, and headed toward the weekend, this train of storms, which continues to come in off the Pacific coast, sweeping across the country. All forms of weather are expected across the south central states again for the second half of the week, with this train of storms rumbling through the region. However, as the storms continue to march east, the risk of flash flooding will be greatest with this final storm. A storm that triggered everything from tornadoes to strong winds and very large hail back on Monday evening. That's the system that pivoted through the Ohio and mid-Mississippi valleys this past day. As I mentioned, we had a tornado watch from the National Weather Service, parts of Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, and western Pennsylvania this past day. Some of these storms did drop 2.5-inch diameter hail. I mean, we're talking tennis ball size. Some of that recorded in Lancaster, Ohio. Meanwhile, in Zanesville, about 38 miles away, more hail could be seen falling there. So midweek, Wednesday, here it comes. Forecasters say the severe weather danger will be shifting again hundreds of miles further to the west once again, with our latest storm that moved ashore off the Pacific that's going to dip well to the south over the Rockies before making that northeastward turn over the plains. It's that southward dip that's going to allow thunderstorms to erupt and turn severe as far to the south as the Big Bend area of the Rio Grande River. Showers with embedded thunderstorms forecast to erupt early today in north central Texas. Again, Oklahoma, southern Kansas, western Arkansas, over into southwestern Missouri. These storms will carry the risk of flash flooding. Lots of lightning and hail will be in the mix once again. It's possible that the stabilizing influence of clouds and some downpours in part of that zone might limit the risk of stronger storms later in the day today and into Wednesday night. That would include areas like Wichita and maybe Oklahoma City. Really all depends on where you get the clouds to break a bit, the sun comes out, you get the destabilization there in the atmosphere. This afternoon and evening, forecasters are going to be watching for the development of discrete thunderstorms around that boundary, which is going to be a dry line between the desert air, the dry desert air in the west, and the rich, moist Gulf of Mexico air further to the east. between, say, Route 83 and portions of Interstate 27, western Texas into the Oklahoma Panhandle region. In addition to the damaging winds and very large hail, tornadoes may pose a significant threat in portions of the southern high plains again later today. Forecasters tell us a couple of strong, long-track tornadoes cannot be ruled out after these storms erupt and begin that shift to the east across western and central portions of Texas and Oklahoma. We've seen our fair share of those long-track tornadoes already this spring. They do say the tornado threat will be highest if the thunderstorms can remain like individual cells rather than congealing into a solid line. A line of storms more likely to produce just damaging straight-line winds, power outages, some minor property damage, as opposed to the risk to life and total destruction of homes, farms, and businesses with those individual supercells. Now, as we progress Thursday, that threat for severe weather will shift further to the east, encompassing areas from central and northeastern Texas through central Missouri, southern Illinois, and western Kentucky once again. By Thursday, though, rather than the individual cells, they anticipate we'll see an intense line of thunderstorms, most likely Thursday and Thursday evening. So we'll be focused more on the threat of damaging straight-line winds. That'll be the main threat. There could still be a few intense storms producing tornadoes and large hail, but millions of people will be facing severe weather later today. That's about 12 million today, but that number jumps substantially, more than 47 million, running the risk of severe weather as we look ahead toward Thursday. Again, a broad area of 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals, isolated 6-inch rainfall totals not out of the question, and that rain may fall in just the course of several hours, easily enough to cause flash flooding concerns. Some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things off and rolling here on a Wednesday morning, hump day coming on. Hey, Mike, right? Yeah, Horse Feathers is on board indeed. Hello to Roy, Tank checking in on YouTube. Gary on board out of the box, one of our Facebook friends there. Morning to you. Let's see, John says, howdy there, just started the old clock. Back to Nashville with the General Motors parts train. We've got 50 in Grand Rapids. Everybody stay safe, having a productive night. Let's hope so. Richard on board from Central Florida with 66 degrees at this hour. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Got a rainy night on I-81 in Virginia. 67 degrees in Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. Canadian Terry on board in Waco, Texas. 68, a calm night. Anyway, headed back north. All right, trailer trucking tonight there, Terry. Everybody be safe out there. Let's see, a cool 72 here in Virginia. There's Timothy checking in. 66 degrees in Terrell, Texas at this hour. Looking at 64 in Harrison, Ohio. Pappy on board. Had a few trees and power lines down due to the winds we encountered a bit earlier. But everybody be safe out there. Hammer down. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. Mike, waiting for Horse Feathers. And some pretty rainy tonight. We did have some stronger storms a little earlier here in Winchester, Virginia. Looking at 61 right now. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. All right, there you go. Thank you so much. Hello to Zorro. Scooby is on board, back from vacation. Ah, yes, all good things must come to an end, right? Rock Pick checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. 55 with some showers in the vicinity here in Rochester, New York tonight, where I'm up on my feet making pasta and sauce at this hour. Late night pasta. Somebody's in line for some indigestion. All right, thank you, Rock Pick. Let's see, John. Wow, this Plexus supplement I'm taking ain't no joke. The detox I'm taking with it made me replace 2 windshields already from meeting them. Hello from the Michigan Madman this morning. Icebreaker is on board with 70 degrees in Northern Virginia tonight. Deborah, hi there. Morning, Steve. It's a cool 55 here in the Hoosier tonight. Looking forward to a drier day here on Wednesday. Hoping my special driver stays safe out there with all the other drivers. There you go. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe. A third trip with the new truck. Everything's working good so far. All right, that's a good thing with the new truck. It's supposed to work like that, right? Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, we've got 44 in Dodge City, Kansas. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, checking in from the Yellow Brick Road. Speaking of, I know he had been headed back to the Marina Del Rey there, do some fishing. She's been out all week, haven't heard from him yet. All right, hope he's having a good time. All right, we'll check in with some of our other listening friends coming up here. Again, our final week of our $1,000 daily driver bonus. We've got some keywords to pass your way tonight. Stick around. Here we got Wednesday. I'm looking at our list. We'll be throwing your way your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize from TNC Radio.live and Hot Shot Secret. And we've actually got a name, one of our listening friends, who actually was a $1,000 winner this past day. Yeah, not a caller. He did say he might actually give us a buzz, though, so maybe he'll check in tonight. We'll see. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388 as we get it underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, you can do that. Yeah, lines available here on a Wednesday. Who else we got checking in? A couple of other listening friends. Santa Claus. Hey there, top of the morning, 88 degrees, another hot night in Tonopah, Arizona. Headed back to my home base in Northern California via March Air Force Base. Santa Claus on board. Kevin, morning Steve, and the overnight crew. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Hey there, Jimmy. Kentucky can on board in Wisconsin for a couple more hours. Headed then to Louisville in a few hours. The APU heat is on high 40s all day yesterday. A rough travel day with all that weather, though. Hopefully better conditions this morning. Yeah, I think you're going to see much better travel conditions. Anyway, safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in tonight. There's old High Tech, a.k.a. David. Any golden tickets available? All right, yes, I received that in the mail this past day. I don't know if people can see it on the screen. I got it kind of propped up there right under the American flag. A golden ticket. What the heck is that, High Tech?
Well, I discovered that when I was looking for some way to sell my puppies for something other than money, because every time I turn around, I keep having to jack the price up. So I priced the puppies in gold backs. So that way, no matter what inflation does or how far down the dollar goes, the price of the puppies will never change. But so that is actually 24 karat gold. Of course, that is the smallest version of it. I wasn't exactly sure. I know the secret studio looked familiar, but I wasn't for sure before I stuck something in the mail if it was going to get to you.
Yeah, we got it. I mean, I'm looking at it here. It says 1/1000th of a troy ounce, 24 karat gold. Like, so what do they use that? What do they call it? Microfilm, or what? A little piece of plastic basically with microfilm gold on it.
Well, actually, it's the same thing they used on the James Webb Space Telescope to particulate. They put it in a vacuum. Well, first it's kind of like when they do electronic components. They put a chemical on the front side, which it tells it where to adhere to, which is where you get the imagery and all like that.
Yeah.
And then they put it in a vacuum chamber, and the gold is actually atomized. It's atomized, and it adheres to whatever portion of the substrate that it goes to, and then they put another on the back so it won't go away. Now, they got a bigger one that's 1/20th of an ounce, but I was just sitting here thinking about that when I seen it. I says, we couldn't have sent that to you at a better time. I've got a great idea.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're saying, uh-oh. Well, you know what's going on at the Supreme Court, right?
Yes,
I think
undoubtedly.
We should start a wager. All the drivers will all put in one of those gold backs. Now, I'm going to say the leak came out of Sotomayor's office, and we can all take bets, and whoever wins the bet wins all the gold backs. So I'm saying it came out of Sotomayor's, the Mexican girl.
That was the first subject of accusations from a handful of characters. Supposedly, I guess there's a clerk that works for Sotomayor that they're kind of pointing the finger to. Because I guess they've got
Sotomayor ordered it.
Well, you think? Yeah, because she wanted to blow up the court, right?
Yeah, well, you notice just a few minutes after it came out, the barricades were up.
Bingo.
I mean, Roberts had to call it in and say. But the thing about it is, man, I am as pro-choice as anybody in the country. I am a libertarian, and I believe that every woman out there has the right to keep their legs snapped shut. They do not, but once you make that choice, then you bring another life into it, so then that person has a constitutional right too. So that's where I stand on it. I'm all about free choice.
You're an equal opportunity offender, in other words.
Well, I mean, they don't just. The last time I heard of an immaculate conception was a couple of thousand years ago.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So it's all about choices. Anyway, back to the gold thing. That's one way that you can actually own gold. I mean, I figured you would already looked it up by now. Just Google gold backs. It's actually legal tender in Utah, Nevada, and New Hampshire. That one I sent you, I think, is from New Hampshire.
It says, New Hampshire goldback.
Right. It's recognized as currency in that state.
Voluntary negotiable instrument?
Yep. That's it. That's why they come in different sizes, and each one of them has different amounts of gold. The one, let me see if I can get this right now. The one has 1/100th, 1/1000th of an ounce. That's troy ounces. There's 31 grams in a troy ounce. So that has 1/1000th. The 5 has 1/200th. The 10 has 1/100th. The 25 has 1/40th of an ounce, and the 50 has 1/20th of an ounce.
Okay.
So that makes it that breaks it down low enough where the dollar value of that one you got holding on right now is about $3.50. So a dozen eggs, loaf of bread, something like that.
Okay. All right. So I pulled it up, and I guess people they sell these. I mean, let's see, one New Hampshire goldback. Yeah, they're offering for $4.95 is what the Money Metals Exchange. That. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I could put it on. I guess I could put it on the internet for $19.95 if I wanted, right?
There are people doing that, and they're selling them for that. They're taking them to flea markets and stuff and selling them for stupid prices, but you can get them straight from Utah for right now about $3.55 a piece.
Okay.
So it's not. That's why I said if you're going to get some, be careful. But it's a neat idea because no matter where you go in the world, it's worth something. It'll never be worth nothing like that toilet paper they're printing up there in Washington.
Or maybe a Bitcoin one of these days. Yeah, how about Warren Buffett said he would not buy all the Bitcoin in the world for $25.
Well, that's right, because if he bought every one of them, it wouldn't be worth nothing. The thing about Bitcoin is where so many people use it, that's what makes it valuable, and that there's only a limited supply. Now, there's other cryptos out there that are doing even more than Bitcoin, like Ethereum and ADA or Cardano is a new one. But there's all. I like crypto, but without electricity, without internet, all that disappears. If your internet goes away, well, there goes that.
Bingo.
Just like your plastic credit card.
Mm-hmm.
At least those things there, you can touchy-feely it. So anyway, I was kind of hoping that bunker looked familiar and the address hadn't changed.
Yes, it had not changed. Yes, I got it this past day, as a matter of fact. So, well, thank you. That was nice of you.
All right. Well, yeah, just I do have ulterior motive. You ready? Just show it to people. Show it to other people. Just hey, have you ever seen one of these things?
Yeah. That's
it. Because the more people that know about it, and then they say, hey, you can actually own real gold. And they stack in your billfold just like a dollar bill. So, I don't know. Truck drivers would be, at that price, it'd be a good thing to use as tipping if you get a really good waitress, the one with the tight fitting outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah, give her a little extra gold there, she might remember you.
So I need 1,000 of these to stack up to equate to 1 troy ounce of gold.
Right.
And I guess I'd have to look up what an ounce of gold is trading for. What's gold trading for? I have no idea.
$1,900. But here's why there's a premium on that thing. You can't counterfeit it. If you look at how it's made and look how the gold is put on it, there's no way to counterfeit that thing. It's like, if you go to a flea market right now to buy silver coins or gold coins, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to get a counterfeit.
Bingo.
That thing you can't counterfeit. That's once you feel it and see it, there ain't nobody going to, I'm sure there'll be somebody at truck stop paint a dollar bill with some gold paint and swear up and down that's a gold back. Yeah, but they're going to try to say, well, you don't know what it is, but once you see one, once you touch one, You can't counterfeit that. Well, unless you're like North Korea, and then if they counterfeit it, they're going to have to use gold to counterfeit it with. So it's like, what's the point?
It does kind of look like what came out of the winning Willy Wonka candy bar, the golden ticket.
Well, that's where I got it from. I went to the Willy Wonka chocolate factory and got a whole bunch of them.
All right.
But no, that's a good thing. Go ahead and show it to people, see what they think.
Will do. All right. Well, thank you much, High Tech. Have a good night. Yep. New Hampshire gold back. 1/1000th of a troy ounce of gold. All right. News break. We're underway on a Wednesday. It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 members of Congress visited Ukraine. Representative Victoria Spartz of Indiana and Tim Walberg of Michigan visited the front lines in Kyiv. Walberg told Newsmax on Tuesday that Ukraine is winning the war against Russia.
And we believe, as we came away from that not only can Ukraine win this war, but they are winning it at the present time. They are using the resources that the West, including the United States, has given to them. I'm certainly supportive of what the president is offering now in additional aid, and I just hope that he's willing to push his leadership to make it a bipartisan bill, to not load it with anything except what's for Ukraine.
A record-setting 4.5 million Americans quit their jobs in March, according to data released Tuesday from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition, the data showed 11.5 million jobs available. This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, jump on in at 844-844-3388. Let me see. I think I can do this, so we'll give it a shot. I don't know.
Hello, Dennis.
Yes.
Hey, Tom Kelly here with TNC Radio. How you doing today?
Okay, how are you, sir?
All right. You're having a good day, huh?
Yeah, bank's a little heavier.
I guess you were pretty excited when they called?
Yeah, well, I've been getting, it's just a funny story. Something happened to my phone in the last week or so. I've been getting a lot of spam and robocalls, just blowing my phone up. And so I don't take half of them, you know. And
right.
They're all from Pennsylvania, all the calls, too. That's where I was originally from. And 12:03 today, when it rang, it said Indiana. I'm like, oh, now I got to deal with Indiana calling me. And I thought, wait a minute, 12:03, I better take that call. Sure enough, it was the call I was waiting for.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Dennis, on behalf of Hot Shot Secret, TNC Radio, and Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Congratulate you on being a $1,000 winner. And, you know, also means your name's in the hat. It can happen that you could get that $10,000 next week.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm expecting your call next week, next Monday.
Yeah, I hope so. That would be fantastic. So, you know.
So what you're saying is I should continue registering?
Oh, absolutely. The more entries that you have in there, the better the chance to win. How long have you been a driver, Dennis?
35 years.
Wow.
Almost 4 million miles accident-free.
Well, Dennis, again, congratulations from all of us here at TNC Radio. And I know the guys at Hot Shot Secret are going to be very happy to hear this. And Steve Summers is going to be very happy to hear about this, too. So,
oh, I'm sure.
This is great.
Maybe I'll
stuff.
call in one of these nights this week to show him.
No, that would be great. I'm sure Steve would love to hear from you.
I would.
Well, you take care, and you'll be hearing from me again
next Monday.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be calling you next Monday and congratulating you on the $10,000.
Yeah.
If not, let's hope it's at least another listener to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Sure.
Yeah.
We will hope.
All right, you take care.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
There you go, Tom Kelly with TNCRadio.live. As far as I'm aware, I believe that is the first official Steve Summers Overnight Drive listener. That's a winner as we hit our fifth and final week of our $1,000 daily driver bonus. As again, it's a nationwide contest with all the independent broadcast. I believe they call it the Independent Broadcasters Association. There's a lot more than just our listeners that are registering, but there's proof you can be a winner. And we've got winners yet to come Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week. And then, of course, Monday, all the entries from the entire contest period of over 5 weeks. Somebody is going to win the $10,000 grand prize. So just be listening for your keywords this morning. We'll be throwing your way. Our first keyword comes up next hour, as a matter of fact. So there you go. Congratulations. And maybe Dennis will be giving us a ring here. Yeah, maybe sometime later this morning. If you're out there, Dennis, dial us up. Hey, what do you say, vacationer?
I guess we're supposed to say, hey, Mike. Who cares what day it is? I'm on vacation.
You don't even know what day it is because you're on vacation.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm here. I'd get all kinds of flack if I didn't call in, even on vacation. I got to call in and say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Here we are. Hump day. Yes, sir.
5 days to convoy. So I'm thinking here, I'm sitting here on hold listening to your show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Radio, and on the TNC live.radio and all that. And there's this winner called Dennis. His name is Dennis. Have you heard of this Dennis guy yet?
He's never called the show.
If he's needing something to do with $1,000, I could suggest that there's this thing called the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy, and if he really needs a place to spend $1,000, there's this guy out there named Horse Feathers there that is trying to look for money. Not that I'm trying to beg.
You are. You're begging. You're begging for money.
No, that's all good faith. Now, do what you want with that money, Dennis. You deserve it there. I'm glad we got a good listener there to be able to capitalize on this. I mean, we don't want it going all over the country and not going to one of our listeners. So very good. I'm glad to hear that. So you enjoy it. Don't feel you have to give it to me or the kids or the starving children and I'm digressing again here. Sorry about that. But anyways.
So who is this Sydney Sweeney? If I had her on as a guest host, I bet my viewership would go up.
I bet you it would. I don't know. She's on some HBO show. I was just getting ready to turn the TV off there because I got busy with the phone, and the Tonight Show's on. The Sydney Sweeney's up there, and boy, she's got the puppies just hanging right out there, doesn't she?
Well, I just said, so obviously you were ready. You said you were ready to turn off the television, but you didn't.
Well, I was in the process of it, and I had to pick the phone up and send Steve Summers a picture because I know he can't be watching the Tonight Show while he's broadcasting.
Right.
So I don't want him to be left out there. So, it's just, she's wearing one of them dresses, we're not supposed to look at that stuff, but when it's out there in advertisement like that, how are you supposed to not look at that?
Turn your head.
She's put my sunglasses on.
She's selling it, buddy. She's selling it.
You ain't kidding there. And I'll tell you what, the slit on the side went all the way to the waist. When she walked out, she had to hold the dress together on the side of her leg because the slit went all the way to her waist.
I've never heard of her.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out. You got Google there.
I do, yes. I had to find out who she is. Okay.
They said something about a show on HBO or something, so I don't know. But yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that for a Wednesday.
All right, I told you earlier this week that your forecast would obviously change a half dozen times between now and Sunday, Mother's Day. I mean, so
it changes every forecast. 5:30, 6 o'clock, noon time, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It changes every one, and then you change station to station. Oh my God, there's a difference of 10 degrees.
Now, the AccuWeather forecast for the weekend makes it sound like much of the eastern seaboard may be soggy. Now, the forecast you sent from the actual Sunday forecast from Anaheim, where the convoy is going to emanate from, Mannheim Auto Auction. That doesn't look too bad with a high close to 60. Yeah, a lot of morning clouds, then periods of clouds and sun mixed. That would make for a pretty nice day, wouldn't it?
The only kicker to the whole thing is you look down a little further and it says the wind is going to be somewhere around 21 miles an hour. And the Mannheim Auto Auction sits on the side of a hill. So it could be quite breezy across there. The one good thing about the Mannheim Auto Auction is they have indoor auction lanes. I guess they call them lanes, not lines, but lanes. So, like when you see the Meekum or the who's the other one, Barrett Jackson and that, and they're driving the cars through the lanes doing the auction. This Mannheim Auto Auction is set up the same way. So I guess there's a lot of the carnival stuff that's actually going to be indoors, undercover. So it should be, a good rain or shine event. So we'll be able to have a place out of the wind. But yeah, if it's only in the high 50s and 21 mile an hour winds, it's got a chance of being just a little bit chilly on the outside
brisk
that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. But anyways, Knucklebuster says that all the women are just supposed to wear the Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts and be out there just, standing in the wind, making sure everything's staying where it belongs and in place and not getting blown around or anything. But I guess the hair could blow around and flow a little bit, couldn't it?
Well, hell, or better yet, they could all pick up a Sydney Sweeney yellow dress.
Yeah, there you go. Can we make the overnight drive? Can we get an overnight drive dressed that way, made up?
I'll have to inquire about that. I don't know if Chris would. I don't think that'd go over too well. But speaking of which, since I mentioned Chris, just a heads up: Chris Gabrelchik is going to be traveling this weekend.
Oh no!
So we're going to have Kyle Fisher. Kyle's going to join us this Friday morning. That's always a good time. We talk about it. Of course, the racing season's underway. They kicked off the Outlaw Diesel racing this past weekend in Indiana. So, yeah, typically, as some of his racing friends and whatnot dial us up. So, yeah, Kyle will join us Friday morning.
All right. So again, I wanted to mention that the auction is live. It's hot, live, ready to go. Everybody's getting bids. The item number 197 for all the Star Trek fans. It's a woman who left the show too soon. It's all the hint I'll give you. It's a woman who left the show too soon.
Okay.
But anyway, so all the Star Trek fans can get out there. Item number 197. So if you, it takes a little bit to get to the site for the items. You have to, you go to wishconvoy.org, or you can just click on the link to my page, whichever way works better. If you have a way to get to my donation page and you get to the convoy page, but you go to the site where it says auction, and then at the auction it'll say bid on items.
Yep.
So you have to click on that, and then it'll take you to another one where it says home and items at the top, and then you click on items, and then it'll take you in there. So it's about a 4-step process to get in there. They say they're working on a button to be out to the front to try to make it a little easier to get in, but at this point it's a 4-step process to try to get there to see the items. So don't get discouraged if you keep clicking and you don't get there. Just keep clicking some more, and you smack the click the mouse or smack the rat or do something like that.
Well, the link I got was pretty easy. What I shared on my Facebook page took you right to the first. It was just the auction site. Then all you had to click on was bid on items. So it was that was a pretty simple process.
Yeah, I sent you the middle steps already when I sent you the middle steps. So if you start right out from the original convoy, web page, at the original, page itself, where it has just the basic everything about it, and where you can see all the drivers and the teams and the whole explanation of the carnival and everything. Then you have to kind of go through a little bit more to go to the auction, and then to bid on items and all that.
Well, congratulations with the link that Kyle sent me the other day after they provided the match of the $5,000 donation for the Hot Shot team. You're in the top 10, and who was the other guy? Is it Finch? Rob Finch. Yeah, you were number 5. He was number 7, at least as of a couple days ago. Not too shabby.
Yep, I've actually got a couple more donations today, and I'm up to $5,500. So I was going to say, with the money we raised for this Hot Shot Secret team, we got to that $5,000 match without too much trouble. So I'm thinking maybe next year we need to raise the match money up a little bit. Have a challenge, have more of a challenge.
There he is. I'll be next time Chris is on. Horse Feathers will be begging. Hey, can we bump that up to a $10,000 match next year?
Hey, I watched the one with Sarah Lee go from a little bit last year to a little bit more this year. And we actually did. I'm not complaining. Last year Hot Shot was $3,000, and this year it's $5,000. So I'm very pleased.
That's great.
That's a good change. So, but we're just we got to sell more product. I'm still thinking we need a horse feathers code out there. So that we can see who's selling. See if I'm doing my job trying to sell product out there. Too,
horse feathers code. Yeah, I don't give my code out enough. Overnight Drive. Yeah, that's the code. Got to put that overnight drive code at checkout at Hot Shot Secret, 10% off your order. There you go.
There you go. And I got my Steve Sommers overnight drive business cards to go with me. So I'll have a little thing on there out with the truck and everything where people can get their, have the overnight drive banner and the business cards and everything.
You got the cards that have the little the scan code that downloads the link thing.
Code
yes.
On the back.
Okay. Good.
Yep. Yes,
all right.
Sir. Got all those from the truck show. So
good deal.
So
pass them out like candy.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the thing is if people want to hear less horse feathers, they got to call in. They got to tie up these phone lines, and there'll be less horse feathers because with this system, there's no back door line like there used to be over there at that other station that I had the secret back door number to get in. But I didn't say that on the air, did I?
No,
did
you
I
did.
Say that out loud?
Yeah, boy. Horse feathers, we got to get a quick time out in here. But, yeah, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, heading toward news update, top of the hour. Already winding things down for hour number one. Hello to Robert this morning. Robert Sharp, that is. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 72 degrees. Just got word that a childhood friend I've known since kindergarten had a massive heart attack and passed away this past day. Oh, no. He was actually on his way from visiting someone. It started feeling bad. He stopped at the urgent care and collapsed on the floor there. They could not revive him. Either way, he was a huge part of the small community that I grew up in. He will be greatly missed. He was only 59 years old. He was a very large man. Steve, it's important for everyone out there to take care of themselves. Yeah, keep fit. Something like this could happen to you without warning. And leave the people who love and care about you in shock and mourning. This one actually hit home, Steve. He was 9 months younger than me. So say a prayer for the family, right? Okay, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Now, what do we got? Big Art is on board. Good to have you with us, Big Art. There's Dennis with 55 degrees in, is that Joplin, Missouri at this hour. Norman is checking in. Hump Day 47 in north central Kansas. Enjoying my off-duty time tonight. Jan on board. Yes, we also had some storms in South Carolina last night. Tony, morning, Steve. A little chilly here. In Friend, is that Nebraska? 42 degrees, a light breeze. Hope you and everybody has a great night. All right, thank you so much. There's Mr. Q on board. Scott, howdy, Steve. How about a good day election-wise in the state of Ohio, with the exception of the Rhino governor? Yes, I was kind of surprised by that. Yeah, DeWine did win in the primary for governor re-election this past day. More to come after a news update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. southern border numbers are in for the month of April. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Border Patrol agents apprehended 211,972 illegal immigrants along the southern border in April, according to preliminary Customs and Border Protection numbers. That's the highest April on record. The CBP statistics also indicate that more than 58,000 illegal immigrants evaded apprehension in April, with Tucson, Arizona and Del Rio, Texas being the two busiest sectors for gotaways.
The sentencing trial of a Florida school shooter is being delayed until Monday. 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to opening fire at a Parkland high school on Valentine's Day 4 years ago, where he killed 14 students, 3 employees, and injured 17 others. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. There are 2 things that I care about. I'm always working on my health and fitness, and I care so much about preventing illness. And that's where vitamin D comes in. Vitamin D is also known as the sunshine vitamin. How do you know if you have low levels of vitamin D? Most people don't. Sons of Liberty, our regular sponsors of CBD, have been working with a group of scientists to create this patent-pending spray vitamin. 5 sprays contain a whopping 15,000 IUs of vitamin D3. It's instantly in your bloodstream, providing amazing protection against illness, and the taste is amazing. Protect yourself and your loved ones this season with this great-tasting vitamin D3 spray from Sons of Liberty. For my listeners only, GoSonsOfLiberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get up to 15% off. GoSonsOfLiberty.com.
U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts said he's directed the marshal of the court to launch an investigation into the leak of a 98-page opinion released to Politico. While politicians on both sides of the aisle weighed in on Tuesday, Indiana Senator Mike Braun spoke to Newsmax about President Joe Biden's response.
That kind of nonchalant approach coming from our president is sad. And I think that's an indication of how politics have gotten here. They push a certain point of view, then condone or say nothing about the fact of how it occurred. I think that all gets measured by the American public.
An effort to make California a 4-day work week is over, at least for now. A new bill stalled in the legislature after missing a deadline. It would have let hourly workers at big companies log 32 hours, then get paid overtime for anything more. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Hundreds of U.S. sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week, and an investigation is underway. Lance Pry reports.
About 260 sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week. They're being offered temporary housing after 7 sailors serving on the USS George Washington died. 4 of the deaths happened last year. The other 3 were over a span of 1 week last month. Officials say 1 is confirmed suicide and 3 others are suspected. The ship has been docked off the coast of Virginia for maintenance since 2017. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is always there for anybody. 1-800-273-TALK.
Thank you, Lance. Amazon announced it will shutter 6 of its Whole Foods stores in the U.S. The impacted stores are in Montgomery and Mobile, Alabama, Tarzana, California, the Englewood and DePaul neighborhoods of Chicago, and Brookline, Massachusetts. The Englewood location is expected to close in the next few months, while the other 5 stores are expected to close by Friday. A school bus in Kentucky crashed on Tuesday morning, sending at least 21 students to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The accident on I-64 with the Jefferson County Public Schools bus did not injure the driver. And a judge has denied Amber Heard a bid to dismiss the defamation lawsuit she's facing against her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hour number 2 underway. Yep, it's keyword hour for our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Only 3 days left in this, what will have been a 5-week contest. So, well, one thing you will not have at the Kentucky Derby this year is what is almost always a hands-down wager for a winner in a Bob Baffert horse. As Baffert has been banned, I can't remember, is it 3 years, 5 years, after the whole doping incident with the horse that was initially the winner, which they took that back from last year's Kentucky Derby. A horse that actually subsequently had passed away. That horse is dead now, but no Bob Baffert horse. So who do you put your money on? All right, Kentucky Derby coming up this weekend. The 148th running of the Derby as jockeys, horses, spectators prepare for this hotly anticipated event. But forecasters are telling us Mother Nature may kind of shake up the odds this weekend. There is a traffic jam setting up in the atmosphere later this week that's going to slow the forward progress of a storm system as it moves through the Ohio Valley right around the time of the Derby festivities. Now, about the race itself, the Derby, it's insane. An entire, all day long and all week long gearing up for the Derby. It's a 2-minute race, right? But the anticipation remains high throughout the entire year, and you have an entire actual weekend of festivities there in Louisville. But the threat of sloppy weather does raise some serious concern for competitors, the fans, and the ground crews as well. Right now, they tell us it's looking nearly certain that a thorough soaking is in store for the region first Thursday night into Friday, ahead of the Derby's sister race, known as the Kentucky Oaks. That runs on Friday, scheduled post time of 5:51 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, even if rain is tapered off to just a few showers by race time, the track conditions overall could be pretty darn sloppy, they tell us. The track there at Churchill Downs, generally described as dirt, but it's actually a mixture of river sand, silt, and clay. Despite this hardier mixture, it's still subject to the whims of wet weather. The ground crews at Churchill Downs will undoubtedly have their work cut out for them this weekend. Rain and even a few rumbles of thunder are forecast to begin as early as Thursday night and persist through much of the day Friday, before tapering off to showers late in the day. Now, practice this past day was heavy rain, kind of serving as a foreboding warning for the conditions come Saturday. Either way, the exact speed of this storm, that's going to be the key as to whether the wet conditions linger for Derby Day itself. Now, racegoers should plan on some lingering showers in the morning at least. Conditions may improve as post time approaches. Now, post time for the actual Derby itself is not till 6:57 p.m., just before 7 o'clock Eastern Time Saturday evening. What exactly are the best conditions for venues like Churchill Downs? Ideally, you're looking for a day with sunshine and a fast track. Now, forecasters with AccuWeather and horse racing aficionado Brian Thompson explains, in a race with 20 horses, if you've got a wet, sloppy track, the horses that especially initially are toward the back of the pack are definitely at a disadvantage with all the mud getting thrown up for the horses in front of them, almost blinding the horses. The most recent Derby, impacted by wet weather and a sloppy track, was May of 2019, when over 1/4 of an inch of rain fell that afternoon into the evening. Now, the Derby back in 2018 was a mess, with over 3 inches of rainfall recorded on May the 5th that year. Anyway, the dirt track at Churchill will dry out pretty quickly once the rain stops, so even if there's a little bit of rain in the morning, chances of the track being fast by Derby time would be pretty good. Now, if the showers linger later in the day, it may be a wet, muddy mess come this weekend for the Kentucky Derby. There you go. All right, we've got wide open lines. It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump over to some of the industry headlines. First of all, it looks like Wednesday, today should be the day that the FMCSA actually publishes in the Federal Register this proposal of moving toward governed trucks. Here we go again. Of course, last week they said they were going to press forward with the rulemaking requiring speed limiters on commercial trucks. Yeah, that issue, for all practical purposes, went totally dormant. Yeah, early in the Trump administration, but it's back. Now, they've conducted a poll, CCJ. Polling conducted reveals that right now 73% of responding fleets are already using speed limiters. 23.5% are governed at 65 miles per hour or less. 26.5% are between 66 and 70 miles per hour. 23% are governed above 70 miles per hour, which left 26.9% of respondents saying that they do not currently use speed limiters in their operations. So that's an overwhelming majority of the fleets that currently do. All right, they issued the notice of intent to proceed with the rulemaking, kind of picking up where things left off in September of 2016. Now, the proposal to establish a new federal motor vehicle safety standard requiring each vehicle with a GVWR of more than 26,000 pounds as manufactured and sold to have its device set to a speed not greater than a specified speed and to be equipped with means of reading the vehicle's current speed settings, and the two previous speed settings, including the time and the date that those settings were changed. This is all going to go through the onboard diagnostic connection. Now, neither the proposal in 2016 or last week's notice actually did tell us what they were looking to set the speed at. In 2016, it looked like they were leaning toward three options: 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour, or 68 miles per hour, based on analysis of those speeds released within the rule at that point in time. Now, back in 2016, when that was actually published, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA said that all vehicles with electronic engine control units are generally electronically speed governed to prevent engine or other damage to the vehicle. Based on this background, it's likely the required means of achieving compliance with the speed limiter requirement will be to use the ECU governing the speed of your vehicle rather than installing some sort of a mechanical governor. That makes sense? Now, lastly, the FMCSA said they intend to issue the supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking that would, if adopted, impose speed limitations on certain commercial motor vehicles subject to the FMCSR. That's their regulations, of course. That's all the big trucks out there in the industry. Again, the other headline was, it appears today is the day. Let me see here. Yeah, they're looking to move forward with the advance notice of supplemental rulemaking. Today is Wednesday, May the 4th. Once it is published at some point today, generally they give you a 30-day opportunity to comment. So that is subject to change oftentimes when you have proposals from the FMCSA, various groups, whether it be the Teamsters or OIDA or whoever might say, hey, 30 days, we need more than 30 days to get our comments all put together so we can submit them. So right now it's set to be 30 days. It may end up being 60 days, but we'll have to pass that on when the time comes, slated to be published in the Federal Register again today. I noticed earlier this week some of the listeners out there and social media posts showing these astronomically high prices for diesel that you would expect to see in places like California or the West Coast, but showing up along the eastern seaboard in the Northeast. Pennsylvania, one of those states. It's are those prices correct? How is that even possible? Apparently it is. As we got the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration, the latest fuel update showing some unbelievable increases in diesel prices. You saw an 86-cent increase. Not 8.6, but 86, damn near $1 increase in the New England region. What? The latest EIA report now shows the national average for diesel is at $5.50 per gallon, up from $5.16 just 1 week ago. That's the national average. That national average is $2.37 higher than it was this time 1 year ago. But the startling numbers, not limited to just New England. The Central Atlantic reported a 68-cent increase. The East Coast's average went up by 49 cents per gallon, plus the Midwest and Lower Atlantic saw prices jump by more than 30 cents per gallon. This is just absolutely unheard of. Even California saw an increase of 13.5 cents. So California's average price is now at $6.41 per gallon. I'm thinking this is not sustainable. So looking at some of the numbers, the national average at $5.50 per gallon. East Coast as a whole, you're looking at $5.70. You're at $6.10 in the New England area. $6.08 down the Central Atlantic. You do find some lower prices. I mean, $5.21 all the way in the Gulf Coast region, which is typically the cheapest in the country. But hell, even the Gulf Coast saw a nearly 30-cent per gallon increase this past week. They're not given any explanation as how we saw those sort of dramatic increases in 1 week's time. I haven't seen any astronomical jumps in the price per barrel for Brent crude or the West Texas Intermediate, so I'll have to dig a bit more into what the heck's going on. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. There's Cadillac Mac checking in with 61 degrees in Dayton, Ohio. This morning, all clear, smooth sailing. Got the pedal to the metal. All right. Rick said we didn't even get a shower in Portsmouth, Ohio this past day. You lucked out. Morning, Steve, from Dale and Samantha Norton. Working our way across Wyoming on our way out to California. Have a great show. Everybody stay safe out there tonight. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan with 48 degrees. Barbara says, I'm not happy with the J.D. Vance victory. He's no Republican. He's no conservative. Yeah, that's the Senate races and not the one that's looking to replace Rob Portman, where there's weren't there 7 different candidates, I believe, vying for that slot. I don't know what J.D. Vance's chances come November are, but of course he did win the Republican primary election this past day. This is the guy, and I'm not up to speed with why Donald Trump opted to actually endorse this guy. This is an individual that had a lot of negative things to say about Donald Trump before his election in 2016. He was no Trump supporter whatsoever. But supposedly, during those 4 years that Trump was in office, 2017, 2018, J.D. Vance began to change his tone, change his tune, liking what Donald Trump was trying to do for the country. And ultimately, Trump actually threw his support behind J.D. Vance. And prior to Trump's endorsement, he was running behind in the polls. Interesting that with the Trump endorsement, he takes the win in the primary this past day. Is that kind of a bellwether? Trump endorsed candidates from anywhere around the country indeed do stand a good chance of winning. Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. There's Bo checking in this morning. 50 with partly cloudy skies on I-44 just west of St. Louis as we're headed to Hartford, Connecticut. You got a long way to go, right? FJB. What's that mean? Thank you, Bo. Let's see. Ice Cream Man checking in from California this morning on I-10, Cactus City. And boy, is it hot out here. And I got a follow-up note from Rockpick. I said he's up at the midnight hour making pasta and spaghetti sauce. And I said, you're looking for indigestion. He said, Steve, I was taught to add a teaspoon of sugar to the sauce, which counters the acid. Now, I've never heard that, Rockpick, but I'm darn sure going to try it, because if it works, and he says he knows it works, because anytime I forget to add the sugar, I'm reminded that it works. Yeah, that's one of those things that when you talk about indigestion, yeah, pizza sauce, pasta sauce, that kills me. So I'll try that sugar. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the ad comes.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, had a couple of other comments here, real quick. Let me see. Timothy said we're looking at $5.69 per gallon here at the Dooley's truck stop in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Or Dudley's. Okay, Dudley's truck stop. Okay. Soma says, hey, Steve, J.D. Vance was strongly endorsed by Trump. J.D.'s got a great chance to win in November. Get on board the Trump train. Uh-oh. All right. Thank you, Soma. Let's see. David, he's high-tech said they're raising the prices of diesel so they don't have to raise the price of regular old gasoline on the average citizen. After all, this election time, it is election time. If they raise prices across the board, that little red wave would actually become a red tsunami. Unless the average Joe Blow got hit with the same prices, for the most part, it's not really gonna be noticed. Because everybody knows truck drivers don't vote anyway. Maybe. Again, I've seen no rhyme or reason to why an 86-cent per gallon increase this past week. We're not seeing that with regular old gasoline, correct? Yeah, prices are up a few cents, but those diesel numbers off the rails. All right, now let's see. Chevy Guy's on board, and again, plenty of room for you. Quiet phones. It's Wednesday. What's going on? It's 844-844-3388. Hang on through the break. We'll get to you, Chevy Guy. Let's take care of business here with our $1,000 daily driver bonus. Here's your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. I've got a keyword to throw your way. And this hour's keyword is band. B-A-N-D, band. What's your favorite band of all time? Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app on your smartphone right now. Enter that keyword band, and it's as simple as that. We had, again, one of our listeners to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a $1,000 winner this past day, so it's our final week, so get that registration in there. Coming up, we'll get an update on the People's Convoy. There were reports last evening that they're headed back to Washington, D.C. Of course, after the brief stint back in California. And what's going on? It sounds like things may be a tad bit different when they return to D.C. Things have kind of changed. Now, someone earlier said Saznak, who was one of those, was he a YouTuber, I think? YouTube or Facebook, one of those who had been documenting a lot of what's been going on. Saznak, which is Kansas spelled backward, had a lot of followers. Looks like he is poised to rejoin the convoy. They're saying they're anticipating a lot of folks jumping back into the convoy as they head back to D.C., but we will give you the full update, the full report. The latest we have from this past day, all coming up just ahead as we make our way into a Wednesday hump day. Again, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A recent ABC News Washington Post poll reported 76% of people think the U.S. should provide more humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Congressman Tim Walberg of Michigan, who recently traveled to Kyiv, echoed those thoughts to Newsmax.
I'm certainly supportive of what the president is offering now in additional aid, and I just hope that he's willing to push his leadership in the House and the Senate to make it a bipartisan bill, to not load it with anything except what's for Ukraine.
The number of U.S. job openings rose to 11.5 million at the end of March, and trade schools are finding a growing demand for their programs that produce big payouts. Data from the National Student Clearinghouse shows enrollment among agriculture, construction, and transportation schools has increased up to 40%. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there we are, back at it. On a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. I'll be honest, I'm not paying a whole lot of attention what's going on in Major League Baseball. The ESPN numbers, as we shared last evening, have been abysmal as far as viewership. What's the deal? As far as me paying any attention, it's because, well, our team is the Cincinnati Reds. The first month of baseball is in the books now. And after the first month, ESPN handed out their grades for the first month for all the various teams. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Cincinnati Reds have an F-. Is it possible to get any worse than that? ESPN says the odds of making it into the playoffs is 0.2%. 0.2%. Yes, that is an F-. Yeah, they said they actually debated giving them a Z. This start on top of a complete bummer of an off-season. On the bright side, there's plenty of good seats available. I bet there are. People can't give tickets away. Now, they say the best storyline, there is none. Nothing. Fans are wearing bags over their heads and bringing "sell the team" signs to the ballpark. Cincinnati went 3 wins and 18 losses in the month of April, which, matching the 2018 Reds for the worst record after 21 games. The 2003 Tigers went 2-19. That Tigers team finished their season at 43 wins and 119 losses. So it is not outrageous to think this team could challenge the 1962 Mets' modern record of 120 losses in a season. Joey Votto has struggled so much that he's written existential tweets comparing a slump to being in a labyrinth you cannot escape. I think they actually put him on the disabled list yesterday. I saw a headline, something about that. Go figure. Maybe Knucklebuster can give us an update on how his beloved Cardinals are doing. I think they're doing a whole lot better than the Reds. Everybody's doing better than the Reds. Good times, right? Great American ballpark. Hey, morning, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Hey, just my Kentucky Derby story. It's 1974. Found out real quick I was able to obtain a 1957 Chevy, and well, my foster parents said, well, we're not paying for it, we're not paying the insurance, so you got to get a job. So I get a job down there in Melbourne, Florida on US 1, working kitchen. I was a dishwasher at Holiday Inn. Now, this Holiday Inn had a very large restaurant, a band dance floor, and a bar that you couldn't go into. You couldn't go near the bar. It was minors, me and the busboy. And usually the waitress was young, too. But one Saturday, all of a sudden, the boss comes in and says, hang up your apron and shut the washing machine down. I did. He said, come on. And walked in, and they set us, the busboy and me, up at the bar. And the bartender set us out a couple of ginger ales. I mean, gone from an unair-conditioned kitchen into that bar. I remember how cold it was. Had that dark wood bar and everything, it was amazing. Well, they had a horse race on TV, and it just about the time I got up there, that's when it started. And I got to see racing history without knowing it. I sat there and sipped on a ice-cold ginger ale, half freezing because I was covered
Hey guys,
in sweat.
this is Scott. I got something for you on the Sun. This
My
is from the
apologies.
NASA
My
State
apologies.
website, but instantly they went to maintenance mode. And
But I actually got to see Secretariat race. And that was probably the greatest horse they've ever had. And but yeah, I got to sit there and watch that. It was an amazing time and an amazing memory.
And that was
Now,
a historical race, of course, though, Secretariat.
Yes. Yeah, so my first horse race was the best it ever been, I guess. I haven't heard of any other horse that matched that feat that horse matched. And other than that, I got to throw in a little politics. I get up this morning, make my coffee, and I see a bunch of feminists already down at the federal courthouse protesting. So I'm listening about how important it is for them to be able to kill their babies. I yelled at the TV, said, well, why don't you, do the precautions before you jump in bed with people. The transgender men are robbing all these women of their titles, their opportunities, and their scholarships. Just robbing women left and right. The feminists have been absolutely silent. So I just said, I turned the channel and said, I ain't going to listen to you. So what a world we live in.
Wow.
And of course, like we said last night, I mean, it's not going to make abortion illegal. It's going to put it back to the hands of the people where it belongs. If you're in a liberal state like New York, California, fine. All I can tell you is if you're in a conservative state like South Carolina, ladies, when you spread them knees, make sure your boyfriend has a car and enough gasoline money to take you to New York. Other than that, whew, I mean, mercy. And you know what? I've had women get in my face. It's none of your business. You're not a woman. I said, hey, listen, when you force me through my taxes to pay for this stuff, then guess what? If I pay for it, I get a voice. So that's where we stand. And plus, abortion is the reason why I found out I was not a Democrat. Like I said, President Reagan running for office against Carter, you know, he kept talking about the sanctity of life. Well, I guess I said, well, shoot, I guess I'm a Republican, and I never regretted voting for Reagan, that's for sure. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
All right, Chevy guy, 10-4. All right, Jim. 10-4, good buddy. Well, I didn't say that. All right. People's Convoy, here's the update, ready to head back to D.C. Of course, they headed back to California at the end of March after several weeks of protesting in D.C. During their stay in California, protesting several bills, most of which were related to COVID-19 health policies. The convoy was met with protesters armed with eggs during at least one of those demonstrations. They said, if passed, these bills set the stage for other states to introduce similar laws. Absolutely. We know what starts in California spreads typically to other blue states and purple states, and then potentially at a federal level. So this affects everyone, according to the organizers. But the group's return to D.C. has been confirmed via their Facebook page, which appears to have been announced during a speech by the popular convoy participant known as Santa, otherwise known as David Riddle. He says, when we left, you guys laughed at us. You made fun of us. You placated us with cute little words. You came out and had your little photo op meetings with us. That's going to happen no more. We're done listening to your lies. We bought them for a little bit. We thought you guys actually believed in what we were standing for, and we actually believed you were going to do what we asked you to do as our representatives. So this is a direct message, obviously, to those in Washington, D.C., where they did have a handful of representatives actually physically meet and talk with them. But I guess they're saying you did. Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. They've done nothing. We've learned some stuff since then. Riddle says, tens of thousands of all you we encourage you to get in your vehicles and join with us, and come to Washington, D.C. Enough is enough. When we get back to D.C., we are not the same convoy that went there the first time. We're not the same convoy that left there. We're coming back with teeth and a backbone. So in addition to the return to Washington, D.C., several convoy members have band together, as we mentioned last evening, to file a lawsuit against D.C. officials for preventing the group from entering the city. The blockades were not the result of construction or auto accidents or even scheduled road closures. These blockades were formed for the sole purpose of preventing American citizens from entering our nation's capital to exercise their constitutionally protected right to free speech. Of course, such action under color of state law violates the plaintiff's First Amendment rights. That, again, is according to the lawsuit. So they're not in California. They're rallying apparently at State Line Speedway in Post Falls, Idaho. Today is May 4th. All right, they plan to hold a rally there today and then set out for Washington, D.C. on Thursday. Update on the People's Convoy. Have no idea how many will be joining them. What do they mean when they say this time we're coming back with teeth and a backbone? Kind of only thing I could assume is maybe they're actually making plans to go into the heart of D.C., disrupting things, more like what transpired in Ottawa, Canada. Is that what they're alluding to? Just surmising. But all right, back to the phones here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line here? Somebody wanted to talk about the speed limiters, I believe.
Ben. This is Ben.
Morning, Ben. What's happening?
Hey, doing pretty good. Hey, this is the first time calling you on this format. I've called you before on your old show. And also talked to your dad way back in his day. But anyway, back to my speed limiters. I think truck drivers ought to maybe even run like 60 mile an hour and let the public see what a nuisance it would be for us all to be governed down to 60, 65, out here. And maybe that'd get the attention of even the people up in Washington,
I know it's been talked about for years. I mean, Ben, we know 73% of the fleets that were surveyed already run governed trucks. And everyone out there knows what it's like when you have those two governed trucks doing, what do they call it, the turtle races, backing up traffic. People get pissed off beyond beyond imagination on any given day out there today. And it's only going to get that much worse if you try to mandate it for all trucks, correct?
Oh yeah. Yes, it would, my truck, it's cut down to 75. Granted, where I run, I'm running mostly 70 mile an hour state, so, I can do the speed limit in most places I run.
Sure.
But, I get out west, well, I become a roadblock when I'm in a 80 mile an hour state, which I don't hardly ever get out there, but, every once in a while I do, So.
Well, obviously, with their proposal, they're not going to be anywhere near 75. I'm betting that they'll go with probably 65 is what they're going to look at governing trucks at.
Oh yeah, and then I'll be a rolling roadblock where I'm running right now.
Everywhere. Oh yeah.
I'm running. Yeah. But your dad back in his time, he kept pushing for everybody to run a legal log. That when they were talking about these ELDs, and do away with the ELD, run legal, Well, I don't know if it'd work with running to 60, but maybe the American public may see, hey, this is not working for these trucks to run this slow, before they mandate it, But, that's just my thought.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, like I said, you think the general motoring public has a hard time with what they're dealing with today, and, I'm right there with them. I know, you see these trucks that get side by side, and it's like, why can't the one that's on the slow lane back out of it for a few seconds and let that guy get around? But everybody gets packed and stacked behind them, and then next thing you know, they're all changing lanes, interchanging, weaving in and out. That's what the more interactions you have, the more risk of an accident.
Yeah, that's right. But I don't know what the answer is, to that, because I'm one of them that if somebody gets beside me and they keep teeter-tottering, what I call it, I will back out of it. I will let them get away. Or I get off a ramp, let them get away from me, And same, you even got four-wheelers that do the same thing. They'll get beside you, and then they'll slow down and want to ride right beside you.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
But anyway, and I'd like to give a shout out to my,
I was going to say, Ben, you're a first-time caller, so you know the drill. I'm going to get you a first-time caller code. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products to date? Are you familiar?
Yeah, I'm familiar with them, but no, I haven't tried them yet. You know, but yeah, I would definitely try out the gasoline and stuff for my four-wheelers. You know.
Absolutely. Okay, yes. Get you some Stiction Eliminator for the oil side and the Gasoline Extreme. For the fuel side, you'll notice a difference. You'll become a dedicated Hot Shot Secret user. Trust me.
There you go. Yeah, I also like to give a shout out to my bud, the old Madman Mike. He calls you every once in a while.
Okay.
You know. Yep. But he's out there. I don't know if he's out there tonight, but he'll be listening tomorrow sometime.
All right, catching us on the podcast.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for dialing us up, Ben. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. You have a safe night out there, and yeah, we'll look forward to hearing from you again. So we've got clear lines. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see. Terry says, exit 44 in Michigan, $5.43 a gallon credit. Everybody be careful out there. Got 55 degrees. Let's go, Brandon. Yep. $5.43 a gallon in Michigan. yeah, right, Craig. Craig says, that damn Putin. It's all Putin's fault. Right. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now. And we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, headed toward top of the hour, get a news update. And yeah, clear lines. Hey, Mike, hump day. It's 844-844-3388. I've said it many times before, this whole push to electric cars being shoved down the American people's throats. Yeah, in the name of saving the planet, right? First of all, you look at the fuel prices. Biden says it's Putin's fault. This is Putin's high prices. Fuel prices started increasing the day Joe Biden was sworn in with his executive orders, as we're all well familiar, on day number 1, he openly at the time said the idea is to push the American people to go to alternatives. You need to buy an electric car. Last I checked, average price of an electric vehicle, cheapest is about, 50 grand? I saw someone this past day that said they've got a hybrid vehicle, not all electric, but a hybrid, and they're having to replace the battery in it. Is going to cost him a total of like $8 grand to replace the battery in his hybrid. But forcing it down our throat by the electric vehicle. Well, I've been saying that the grid in this country, we already have problems when the summer weather rolls around in California, for instance. You end up with the rolling brownouts and blackouts and the calls to conserve energy that some of the industrial facilities, hey, maybe cut back, maybe shut down for a couple of hours in the afternoon. We don't have enough juice, right? We saw what happened with the freeze in Texas a couple of winters ago. We are anywhere close to being ready for even half the people in this country to have an electric vehicle. Now, this is just going to kind of verify what I've been saying. We are all frustrated with the high prices at the pump, the gasoline prices. Many of us are being hit by, at the same time, rapidly rising electric bills. Compounding inflation's financial toll on each and every one of us as individuals or business owners. The national average residential electric rate is up 8% in the month of January from a year ago, the biggest annual increase in more than a decade. The latest numbers were from February, showing almost 4% annual rise, reaching the highest level for that month and approaching what would normally be summertime rates, which are generally the most expensive. So February, you're already looking at rates you would normally pay in July? What's that mean you're going to be paying in July? Hold that thought. We'll pick up on there. The electricity costs are about to go through the roof. We're not ready for electric vehicles, Mr. President. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. southern border numbers are in for the month of April. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Border Patrol agents apprehended 211,972 illegal immigrants along the southern border in April, according to preliminary Customs and Border Protection numbers. That's the highest April on record. The CBP statistics also indicate that more than 58,000 illegal immigrants evaded apprehension in April, with Tucson, Arizona, and Del Rio, Texas being the two busiest sectors for gotaways.
The sentencing trial of a Florida school shooter is being delayed until Monday. 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to opening fire at a Parkland high school on Valentine's Day 4 years ago, where he killed 14 students, 3 employees, and injured 17 others. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. There are 2 things that I care about. I'm always working on my health and fitness, and I care so much about preventing illness. And that's where vitamin D comes in. Vitamin D is also known as the sunshine vitamin. How do you know if you have low levels of vitamin D? Most people don't. Sons of Liberty, our regular sponsors of CBD, have been working with a group of scientists to create this patent-pending spray vitamin. 5 sprays contain a whopping 15,000 IUs of vitamin D3. It's instantly in your bloodstream, providing amazing protection against illness, and the taste is amazing. Protect yourself and your loved ones this season with this great-tasting vitamin D3 spray from Sons of Liberty. For my listeners only, GoSonsOfLiberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get up to 15% off. GoSonsOfLiberty.com.
U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts said he's directed the marshal of the court to launch an investigation into the leak of a 98-page opinion released to Politico. While politicians on both sides of the aisle weighed in on Tuesday, Indiana Senator Mike Braun spoke to Newsmax about President Joe Biden's response.
That kind of nonchalant approach coming from our president is sad. And I think that's an indication of how politics have gotten here. They push a certain point of view, then condone or say nothing about the fact of how it occurred. I think that all gets measured by the American public.
An effort to make California a 4-day work week is over, at least for now. A new bill stalled in the legislature after missing a deadline. It would have let hourly workers at big companies log 32 hours, then get paid overtime for anything more. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Hundreds of U.S. sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week, and an investigation is underway. Lance Pry reports.
About 260 sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week. They're being offered temporary housing after 7 sailors serving on the USS George Washington died. 4 of the deaths happened last year. The other 3 were over a span of 1 week last month. Officials say 1 is confirmed suicide and 3 others are suspected. The ship has been docked off the coast of Virginia for maintenance since 2017. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is always there for anybody. 1-800-273-TALK.
Thank you, Lance. Amazon announced it will shutter 6 of its Whole Foods stores in the U.S. The impacted stores are in Montgomery and Mobile, Alabama, Tarzana, California, the Englewood and DePaul neighborhoods of Chicago, and Brookline, Massachusetts. The Englewood location is expected to close in the next few months, while the other 5 stores are expected to close by Friday. A school bus in Kentucky crashed on Tuesday morning, sending at least 21 students to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The accident on I-64 with the Jefferson County Public Schools bus did not injure the driver. And a judge has denied Amber Heard a bid to dismiss the defamation lawsuit she's facing against her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, so where did we leave off there? You talked the prices at the pump. Have you noticed your utility bills as of late? Undoubtedly you have. Now, I hope we got Frank checking in from Kalamazoo. He said 47 degrees in Michigan right now. Coming back from Troy, Ohio, my normal run. Right now, fuel prices, $5.43 for diesel, $4.29 for regular at the Loves north of Kalamazoo. And across the street at the Citco, diesel's at $5.18 per gallon. It's a big differential, right? 20-some cents a gallon difference. But back to the utility bills. especially for listeners in Florida, Illinois, New York, Hawaii. Rates are up about 15%, according to the Energy Department's latest numbers. Now, combined with the seasonal increase in the use of electricity as people turn on the air conditioning units coming up, the higher rates are going to leave a lot of people paying a lot more for power this summer than you did last year. Oh, the immediate reason for the jump in electric rates, it's Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has driven up the already high cost of natural gas, which is burned to produce about 40% of our electricity here in America. And then you've got the supply chain chaos that has made routine grid maintenance and upgrades much more expensive as well. Like everything else, it's costing more. What is particularly worrisome to the experts is these short-term disruptions may be just the beginning. They fear that electricity rates will rise at a rapid clip for years because the utilities and the regulators are realizing we need to harden the electric grids against natural disasters like the winter storm that left Texas without power for days last year. Power companies are also spending more on new transmission lines, batteries, wind turbines, solar farms, and all the other gear to try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. U.S. utilities spend hundreds of billions of dollars, or will, in the coming years just to repair and upgrade the current grid, and all of those costs will filter down to our monthly electric bills. Mark Toney is the executive director of the Utility Reform Network, or TURN for short, who says, quote, "This is an affordability emergency." TURN represents ratepayers in California, where rates in February were up 12% from a year ago, and utilities are asking regulators for further increases. If you want to control inflation, one thing you have to control is energy costs. Natural gas prices have surged in recent months as U.S. producers have sent more fuel to Europe, who's trying to use less Russian gas. Utilities in a few places like Hawaii and Puerto Rico rely on some power plants fueled by oil, of course, which has also become much more expensive. The price of coal, which accounts for roughly 20% of our electricity, has skyrocketed as well. Now they say, well, the Biden administration is urging the industry to produce more oil and natural gas, while they've disincentivized any, it's just, you can't have it both ways. Experts say it's going to take at least 1 or 2 years to significantly increase any supplies. Meanwhile, demand for electricity is rising as well. The National Weather Service is forecasting this summer to be warmer than average for most of the country. And for the people who can least afford higher bills, they will feel the pain the most because most moratoriums on power shutoffs during the pandemic have all ended now. A lot of people are getting by for months and months, not having to worry about the utilities being shut off. And last month, the White House trying to soften the blow of higher bills by making hundreds of millions of dollars for home energy assistance available. But the fact of the matter is, we, the people, the consumers, are going to pay the price for this. According to the electric grid operator in the Northeast, where electric rates are among the highest in the country, the reality is, and I'm quoting, we're going to be dependent on gas for a very long time. in a very long time. We're into the year 2022 and trying to mandate all electric vehicles by 2030 or 2035. I hate to tell you, but that's not a long, long time away. We're not ready for this. I mean, just literally, it appears they're doing everything they possibly can to destroy this economy. Morning to the Buckeye Hotshot. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. They're trying to do, what was it Chuck Schumer said? First we take over America, and then we rebuild it the way we want it. And, you know, there are a tiny minority of people that agree with folks like Schumer and Obama and that. But the problem is, when they weasel their way into virtually everything, it's awfully hard to get them out of there, which, of course, is, as I was saying last night, that's why they're working so hard now. They figured they had a 2-year window to get what they wanted in there and then get it redone to where they don't have to worry about being voted out. They can always fix the election to get the results they want. And, of course, that's part of the reason that January 6th scared them so much. I think they realized, especially Pelosi, that, God, if these people had had weapons, we'd all be dead now. And it's scary because these fools, I find it impossible to believe that they're so stupid that they don't realize we don't have enough stuff to make electric cars. We don't have the infrastructure for it. And we don't have the money, frankly. You know, something like that has to be done gradually because, quite frankly, when the entire world is built on oil and coal, then you can't change that overnight. It would take easily 50 years, and that's if everybody agreed to go along with it. Back to you.
That's, as you said, if everyone agreed to go along with it. The general populace is not ready for electric cars. I mean, the numbers I've seen, it's a small percentage of people that are even interested in one. I have no desire to purchase an electric vehicle.
Well, when gas is so easy, too, and it's cheap, and it's readily available everywhere, and as we're seeing, there's enough to go around even without the Russian production. And with most of ours shut down, pretty much I haven't pulled in any place that's been out of gas. The only places I've run into that been out of fuel has been because the truck just can't get there in time. It's more a driver shortage, honestly, than it is a shortage of petroleum products. But there we were, totally independent, actually an oil exporting country for about, I think it was about a year and a half. And, what sort of idiot walks into something and deliberately screws it up unless you want it, you just don't want what's there? I mean, Bill Clinton was smart enough to realize, hey, don't mess with the economy that was handed me by President Reagan and Bush. Leave the economy alone and we'll work on other things in the meantime. So like as I was saying last night, this sort of stuff, even if they were actually just that stupid and were just doing everything wrong, sooner or later something would go in the American people's favor. And right now, in the past year and a half, I don't think there's been one darn thing that's gone in the favor of the people and the economy and all that. No, it's definitely, this is a plan. And the thing about it is the sock puppet in the White House, I'm sure he has no idea what's going on because the people that are pulling his strings are the ones that are actually doing it. The most recent estimate I've heard is this sounds like Susan Rice is doing, probably Susan Rice and Obama. But yeah, the people we elected are definitely not the ones running the country right now.
Bingo. I mean, did you hear the numbers there in the top of the hour news break for the April numbers? 211,000 apprehended at the southern border. Another 58,000 getaways. That is 1 month's time. I mean, we had a record last year. Can you imagine if this Title 42 thing ends? What the numbers are going to be, and what is this administration doing about it? You've got Mayorkas trying to tell us, the border is it's under control. He said.
Well, there's a certain percentage of people that they can lie to them and they'll believe them. Now, they don't even try to convince you or me or most anybody who listens to talk radio, because they know that, hey, we know what the facts are, but they aren't worried about trying to persuade us. All they need are just enough people to continue to vote for them until they don't need elections anymore.
Wow.
And at that point, then once they've got their fingers firmly entrenched in everything, then, and they don't need elections, then we'll just do like Xi Jinping did. He won the last election in China. He's basically president of China for life now. So now they won't have any more elections in China. Don't need them now. They got their dictator. We just don't have ours yet.
But they're trying, yeah. So, I mean, come November, if this red wave actually occurs, which I think it probably will, is it going to be too little too late? I mean, more and more I'm hearing now, all the economists are now saying, okay, big-time recession's coming, but it's probably not going to be till later in 2023. And then, so if it's Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, whoever that actually takes back the White House, say 2024, what kind of economy will the Republicans then be inheriting?
Well, honestly, it'll be one that will be very interesting to watch, because we've seen Donald Trump do some amazing things with some basket cases. So I think, personally, well, the big thing right now, of course, is the red wave take control of Congress so that we can at least stop the bleeding. But yeah, I think President Trump could work miracles with it. I mean, you look at, like under his administration, speed limiters, we wouldn't even be talking about this stuff, because he was eliminating 3 regulations
for every new proposal
that they would.
He shut all that stuff down.
I mean, and he was basically getting everything off of as much off of business and the people's backs as he could. And I think, God, well, just to be totally honest about it, as far as I'm concerned, as bad as things are right now, I would think you would be better off to just poop can the whole thing and start fresh. Take the Constitution and just start all over and wipe the books clean and set a couple of bureaucrats that President Trump names and say, here, you start writing what regulations we do need, and we'll start fresh, because we've just got, it's like the income tax code is something like couple 100,000 pages.
Like the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. And now, if you were going to even keep an income tax, there's a reason the Founding Fathers didn't want income taxes, because they equated it to slavery. Because it is. If somebody else is more entitled to your money than you are before you get it, you're a slave. And I think it would be a good time to do away with the income tax and perhaps introduce the fair tax. Or my personal favorite is just user's fees. If you use a service, you pay for it. But, I think given how badly screwed up things would be in another year, roughly, if, once Republicans have Congress, then it's just a matter of
running out the clock, just running out the clock to 24, because everything's going to come to a gridlock in D.C.
Yeah, you have 2 years where nothing happens, and that'll seem like a relief compared to what we got now.
Mm-hmm.
And the big thing, like I say, is can we survive to the election, and then can we survive until I think it's January 13th or 16th when Congress is sworn in? Can we last until then is the big question, because from everything I'm hearing, things are just like it's my buddy at CSX in Jacksonville. He said right now the railroads are just so screwed up with the shortage of chassis, shortage of enough rail cars to be able to move the stuff, move the containers. And they said, every place we turn, there's some new problem. And he says, as soon as we fix one thing, two more pop up. And he said, basically, they're just about ready to call it a month and take a week off and just go home and try and relax and take a deep breath, because, the railroads, you think things are tough on us. When you're putting 8,000 gallons of diesel fuel in a locomotive at a time, I mean, that's bad. They're paying the same price as we are. And, of course, jet fuel is made largely out of diesel fuel. So the airlines are going to have the same problems. This is just a mess. And unfortunately, the only people that are trying to do anything about it are the folks, on our level, trying to idle your truck less, maybe shop for a little bit cheaper fuel here instead of there. Like with us, we use Love's because we get almost 40-gallon discount off of it because they're our primary fuel supplier. So we have a special deal with them, as I'm sure all the large companies that buy fuel at Love's do. But it's just to me, it's almost mind-boggling that you could have this much stuff screwed up this fast for this long. And
there's no end in sight. At this point, there's no end in sight. It's just a snowball rolling downhill.
Yeah.
And you can't see the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen in November? They've got 6-7 months more to screw things up even worse than they are.
Yep.
This little thing today with the Supreme Court leak, I'm sure that they're hoping that will buy them a little bit of goodwill. But as most of the analysts I've been listening to have been saying, anybody who might be swayed by that's already probably going to vote for a Democrat. And anybody who's not swayed is probably going to vote for Republicans. So they haven't really gained anything by leaking this. And I would be fairly certain that John Roberts, being the purist that he is towards the Supreme Court, I'm quite certain once they find out what person leaked this, as one of the things that always disappointed me, President Trump never prosecuted, to the best of my knowledge, President Trump never prosecuted any of the leakers in his administration. If there's a way to do it, I'll bet you John Roberts will do it. Because, he's not turned out to be the great conservative that he hoped he might have been. But by gosh, I don't think he's going to tolerate any interference like this from somebody. If there's a way to punish him, whoever did that is definitely not going to practice law in the U.S. anymore, because they'll be disbarred and blacklisted everywhere you can name it. But it's just such a mess. It's frustrating because, like you say, you don't even know where to. If you did have the power to fix anything, I wouldn't know where to start. Darn it.
Yeah, will they ever find who the actual leaker was? That's, I guess, the big question. Everybody has a general idea of where to start looking. I mean, first word was Sotomayor's staff, but the intention was the intention was, and there's actually already a headline, the leak that could reshape the midterms. Democrats knew they were in such horrible shape headed toward November. The only thing they're hoping for is that any Democrats that might have been thinking about sitting on the sidelines because they know it's going to be ugly, that this may energize them to get out and vote come November and maybe stave off some of the losses that otherwise would be facing the Democrats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, like I say, I don't think anybody's mind has been changed by this because, you know, as far as the abortion issue goes, the sides have been camped out for a long time anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anybody who's politically savvy has known this was going to be coming for a long time. So we just got a little bit of a preview of Hugh Hewitt, who used to be a Supreme Court clerk, was talking on his show this morning, and he said the smart thing for the court to do would be just, if they had a final draft written up, just go ahead and release it. Just send it out today and say, here's what you're looking at, folks, and be done with it. But there are so few people who have access to these things, unless somebody broke into the Supreme Court and stole this off of somebody's desk, or like a cleaning lady or somebody like that. And I seriously doubt Justice Alito just leaves his papers lying around open on his desk. I could be wrong, but I'd be surprised. But yeah, I suspect they already know who did it, and they're probably just trying to decide now, okay, how are we going to handle this?
And
that would be my guess.
The one change I saw this past day was, 24 hours ago, I was reading stories alluding to the fact that it would be illegal to leak that sort of information. Never happens in the Supreme Court, but they're now saying, well, technically, I guess the legal scholars have looked at it and said, these drafts that circulate among the justices, there's nothing per se what they'd call confidential about them. It's not any sort of like a Pentagon leak. That would be different. National defense and things like that. So there's really maybe no law that was even per se broken by the individual. But let's pause there, get our news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. southern border numbers are in for the month of April. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Border Patrol agents apprehended 211,972 illegal immigrants along the southern border in April, according to preliminary Customs and Border Protection numbers. That's the highest April on record. The CBP statistics also indicate that more than 58,000 illegal immigrants evaded apprehension in April, with Tucson, Arizona and Del Rio, Texas being the two busiest sectors for gotaways.
The sentencing trial of a Florida school shooter is being delayed until Monday. 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to opening fire at a Parkland high school on Valentine's Day 4 years ago, where he killed 14 students, 3 employees, and injured 17 others. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Here's the scoop. The word I was looking for the word classified. Classified. It appears these legal drafts are not considered classified information. I would assume, obviously, if it's circulating among the chief justices and the Supreme Court justices and whatnot, it's supposed to be confidential. Yeah, they all know that. So yesterday, here's the scoop. They're saying, of course, a chorus of calls for an investigation, for a prosecution of the anonymous source of the, quote, illegal leak. CBS News went so far as to report that they expect an investigation involving the FBI into the leak. Chief Justice John Roberts has opened an investigation. But all that is kind of undermined supposedly by an inconvenient legal truth. Leaking a Supreme Court decision does not actually appear to be a crime, they're saying, at least not by any clear, undisputed definition. Right now, it's unclear whether the leaker broke any law at all, according to a First Amendment-focused lawyer, the executive director of the Freedom of the Press Foundation. Even the people claiming the act is beyond the pale and the FBI needs to investigate haven't pointed to any sort of a definitive law that the leaker actually broke. He cited a very lengthy Twitter thread published late Monday by the well-known Berkeley legal scholar Orrin Kerr, who responded to the leak Monday night by pointing out that a Supreme Court draft does not meet any of the obvious criteria that would make it an illegal document to hand to a journalist. Most importantly, it's not classified, so leaking it does not open the leaker to prosecution under, say, the Espionage Act. He says, as far as I can tell, there's no federal criminal law that directly prohibits disclosure of a draft legal opinion, which that, of course, was. Don't know where it's going to go. Meanwhile, to the Red Mule, what's going on this morning?
Well, Steve, if that was part of a person's job description, though, to maintain confidentiality, couldn't they get them for breach of contract?
That maybe something like that, but I don't know. Breach of contract. So what's that gonna? I guess they lose their job, but they're not going to go to prison or anything.
Well, I personally have my doubts that they're ever going to find out for sure who it was. I'm not very computer savvy, but it seemed to me that they could download that onto a thumb drive, and a man could put that in his pants pocket, or a woman put it in her purse and walk out the door and go down to FedEx and print the thing off. I don't think it'd be that terribly difficult myself, would it?
I wouldn't think.
Hey, Steve, I think I'm going to say it's 2 years ago, but it's probably been longer than that. Wasn't there an explosion at a plant down in Texas that killed 1 or 2 people? Was that a fertilizer factory?
I believe it was. Yes, correct. Wasn't it West Texas? Wasn't that the town, West?
I was thinking, well, probably was. I was thinking of south of Dallas or somewhere down in that area down there. But I'm just kind of curious. Did they ever get that thing up and going again? Do you know anything about that?
That I do not know.
Well, I personally have been quite surprised about these claims about all this fertilizer that's coming in out of Russia. I never had any inkling of that. So that's definitely a new one on me. But what else I got to bring up this morning? Hey, Steve, I hate to keep harping on the same thing all the time over and over again, but they had Candace Owens on Fox this evening. We'll never know for sure, but I'd be willing to wager that woman's IQ is twice the IQ of Kamala Harris. What do you think?
At least. At least.
There's just such a contrast between those two women. Just totally amazing. I know what else I can bring up. This gold thing that High Tech was talking about, I actually got one of those. My neighbor diagonally across the street from me, and like a lot of people, he's got so much stuff in his garage that he can't park his vehicles in there, and he's parking off on the side of the driveway, and it rained, and he got stuck. And so I had some road base brought in to make a parking pad for my truck and trailer back there. So I took him over a couple of scoops in the backhoe and spread it out there for him so he wouldn't get stuck again. He's going to pay me, and I said, nah, don't worry about it. And so he opened his wallet, like High Tech said, and he had, I don't know how many of those he had in there. He said, hey, let me give you one of those. And I said, I had no idea what it was, and I still got it. I think it was 1,000th of an ounce or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of cute, so I kept it around. But I guess there's more of that going on than I realized there was. So, Steve, I went and did something today I haven't done for probably 14, 15 years somewhere. I went into the interior of Chicago, and I believe probably another 14 or 15 years before I need to go back again. But I don't know. It seems to me Chicago's unique with all those little streets that you can't get turned in on and a big truck and everything. And, of course, I went in there this morning, and we got that rainstorm come in there this morning, and I was trying to negotiate in. I made the corner, and then as I was making the corner, I see the signs, no big trucks on this road, and I was following the GPS, and I finally got in there, found the business I was going to, and then, of course, they had signs down there, no trucks down here, so I got out and walked around to see if I could figure out how to get in the thing, and the guy come up and told me, he said, yeah, just go down there and make a corner and get in, and so I got in there, and when they finally opened up, they said, well, you're supposed to go down to our other plant 5 miles away. And I said, well, am I supposed to go out the way I come? He said, no, there's an alley over here. He said, take that alley and go out. And I said, you mean the one that's all covered up with mud? And they said, yeah, it's probably kind of muddy. And I get over there, Steve, and on the other side of that alley. Now, I'm not going to exaggerate. That alley is probably about 30 feet wide, so, you know, it's a nice wide alley. On the other side of that alley was a gravel pit with a nearly sheer drop of a good 200 feet out there. I was a little bit nervous, Steve, before I got at the other end of that alley, because I thought, you know, this could get ugly real quick, but I made it out there. And when I come back by, well, I saw there's some kind of a vehicle over there with, I don't know if it was a official vehicle or construction vehicle, but they had that alleyway blocked and had all the flashing lights going, so nobody pull in there and go any other way. So I guess I was lucky I made it out. But like I say, I'm not going to be in a big hurry to go back here. I think that's about all I got for this morning, Steve.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for checking in, Red Mule. To answer your question about the fertilizer explosion, you know, when I said West Texas, it's kind of confusing. West was the actual name of the town. Not like Western Texas, but it was the town of West Texas. 2013 was the year. Yes, it was an ammonium nitrate explosion this was actually a fertilizer storage company. So they weren't like a fertilizer manufacturer. It was a storage and distribution facility. 15 killed, more than 160 injured. More than 150 buildings damaged or destroyed in that massive explosion. Investigators confirmed that ammonium nitrate was the material that exploded on that date. All right. The BATF said the fire had been deliberately set, like it was arson, but that finding's been disputed. There has been no convictions. I guess they never found the culprit. Okay, so it was a fertilizer company that supplied chemicals to farmers since 1962. At the time of that incident, OSHA had last inspected the plant in 1985. They cited the plant for improper storage of anhydrous ammonia. They were fined $30. They could have fined the company as much as $1,000 at the time. They also cited the plant for violation of respiratory protection standards. They did not impose a fine for that. Apparently, the facility was not what they put on what they called their national emphasis plan for inspections, because they were not, again, a manufacturer. And they had no record of a major accident at the time. They weren't considered a major risk. All right, but yeah, so that was just a storage and distribution center. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Kind of interesting because I remember that night very well. I was actually on the air working the evening of that explosion there in West Texas. Talk about a big boom. Where's the numbers here? Let's see. All right, the facility caught fire. It was a Wednesday evening, April the 17th, 2013. About 20 minutes after the fire was first reported to emergency dispatchers, the site exploded as firefighters were attempting to douse the flames, exploding with the force of 7.5 to 10 tons of TNT, creating a 93-foot wide crater where the site of the plant had previously been. 15 deaths and ultimately somewhere between 160 and 200 that were injured. But May of 2016, 3 years later, the ATF announced they had determined the fire had been deliberately set, but that finally was widely disputed. No arrests were ever made. No suspects were ever named. Legal and forensic experts actually criticized the ATF's investigation into that, but I don't know, 7.5 to 10 tons of TNT. Scarecrow, hang in there a minute. I want to go to the guy that would know what kind of a boom that would be. That was a big but a boom, right?
That's a big boom, Steve. Oh, man, remember, it wasn't that long ago. Year, maybe two. Where was it? It was another country. I want to say it was like Beirut, Lebanon. Had that warehouse, same thing.
Fertilizer. Yeah, all that fertilizer was being stored there, and they had the fire. I remember that, yeah.
Yes, sir. Leveled, I forget how many blocks. Leveled. Ammonium nitrate. Man, Steve, I wonder how the mining industry is doing. You know, these farmers are having problems. These mining companies use ammonium nitrate, you know, the old AMPO, ammonium nitrate and fuel oil mixture to do a lot of mining. So I'm wondering if that's going to affect that industry too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Candace Owen, man. Dude, whoever the next president is, what's Jen Psaki's official title? Is it
Press secretary? Yes, press secretary.
Yeah. Well, Candace Owens needs to be the next press secretary, man. At least, if not something higher up. I agree with him 100% on that, man. What else is going on, man?
Not a whole lot. Hump day. Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir. We're missing Mike tonight. He must be on his little staycation.
No, he
chilling
chimed in.
out.
He was with us in that first hour. He did check in early.
Was he?
Yep.
I thought I was listening. You know, I did turn you off for a few minutes there, or turn it down. I had this old antique globe, Steve. I think it was back in the 40s. It's pretty cool. It's got a stand on it. It's got a light inside. You can turn it on. It lights up with a bulb burn out. I had to figure out how to take that thing apart, get a new bulb in there. It's pretty cool, man. But, man, the whole abortion thing, too, Steve, I mean, you know, everybody has their own views. I can tell you a story, Steve, man. I got out of the Navy, right? Wasn't working. And knocked a girlfriend up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were, you know, she was my high school sweetheart, you know. Wasn't, you know, like just, you know, I mean, so we were together for several years, but, and here I am, unemployed. You know, she gets pregnant, and I'm like, what the hell are we going to do? You know? And the thought crossed my mind, Steve. This is back in, what, 1980?
Yeah.
79, whatever the hell it was. And the thought crossed my mind, you know, what about an abortion? She was like, oh, no. She's totally against it. So, do the stand-up thing that men did back then, Steve, you know? We got married. And Steve, once that baby was born, my oldest daughter, Amanda, went out in California, just turned 40. Once that baby was born, I come to the realization, how the hell could I thought?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how did that thought go cross through my mind? And from that day forward, I was against abortion, but it took, you know, a personal experience like that to kind of wake me up, man.
Yeah.
You know? So, I don't know if a lot of these, you know, women, the problem I have with abortion too, Steve, is, man, a lot of I'm telling you, I know this for a fact. A lot of women use it as birth control. I know girls out here that had 4 and 5 abortions.
Wow. Sad.
That's not uncommon, Steve. I'm telling you. It's not uncommon. I think everybody would agree to totally ban it. Say, nope, out of the question. I don't, you know, I'm not for that. I believe there are instances where, you know, it's probably justified. We could probably go through a list of things, you know, but I think where it draws the line with me, I saw a interaction between, I don't know who this lady was. She was a professor or somebody giving a little speech, you know, and there's a question answer thing. And some of these, you know, far left younger females got up and were trying to say, well, they're just a hunk of cells. They're not really living.
Mm-hmm.
They're just a hunk of cells. And the lady said, well, I'm just a hunk of cells. You're just a hunk of cells. You know?
Which is, technically, that's true. That's 100% accurate, yeah.
And so the girl, you know, she caught her off guard, and this young lady, you know, I'm guessing, you know, young 20s, college student, you know, was like, well, but, you know, it's different. I mean, you know, I think it's okay to, you know, to have abortions because they're not viable. You know, that they're man, what was the exact word she used? In other words, they're incapable of taking care of themselves. And then she said, okay, if I give birth, that baby's incapable of taking care of itself for several years. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this girl was starting to wake up a little bit. You know, like what she was saying was just flat out ignorant.
Wow.
you know, and I don't know. I always kind of, my thought was, and there was a chart I seen, and as a matter of fact, Steve, abortions are down dramatically. I wish I had the exact number, but they talked about how many abortion clinics are actually open in this country. They're way, way, way down. Way down. You know, they talk about the heartbeat bill, and you go on and on and on. My question is, do they know, and I think they do, at what point, you know, when that fetus is developing, does it feel pain?
Yeah.
You know, and that would be my line in the sand, I think, you know. Once, and I don't care if it looks like a clump of cells, if it's starting to take the shape of a fetus of a human, you know, at whatever point it feels pain, then I would say it's a no-go.
I think it's pretty undeniable when they go in there with the suction tube and suck the head off of it. It felt something.
We've all seen these photos, Steve, and you know, when we talk about good and evil, and it just boggles my mind how these doctors, supposedly so-called doctors, could do this. I mean, when we're talking fetuses that have the shape of a baby, of a human being, they got arms and legs and a heartbeat, and they go in there and do what they do. I just boggles the mind, man. But that's the far out, whacked out left, man. You know, I wonder if it's really, really the abortion thing, or if it's just them trying to make a statement. You know, you're going to do what we tell you to do. I don't know. Most Americans, I think, you know, think probably pretty much along the same lines I just spoke. I would think. I consider myself, I mean, you know, I'm not a Republican, Steve, and I'm not a Democrat, man. I kind of consider myself an independent. I mean, I lean conservative, believe you me that. But I'm open, you know, to listen and discuss things, you know.
Sure.
So, but anyway, that's my rant for the night, man. That's all I really had.
Interesting story about the daughter, though. I mean, you know, just I never realized that. Got the beautiful daughter out there in California. Yep, it's just
and to think, you know, that it could have not been. And there's a soul, you know, on this planet, you know, that how many souls have been just thrown in the trash can, Steve. Just so. All right, my man. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a great morning, Pappy. Thanks for checking in, and happy hump day. All right. Who we got? Scarecrow got you coming up. Gilligan on board. And I'm not seeing a name on that, but had a premature baby that was 3 months premature. We were given the option, I guess, to have an abortion. So that story coming up as well. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
2 members of Congress visited Ukraine. Representative Victoria Spartz of Indiana and Tim Walberg of Michigan visited the front lines in Kyiv. Walberg told Newsmax on Tuesday that Ukraine is winning the war against Russia.
And we believe, as we came away from that not only can Ukraine win this war, but they are winning it at the present time. They are using the resources that the West, including the United States, has given to them. I'm certainly supportive of what the president is offering now in additional aid, and I just hope that he's willing to push his leadership to make it a bipartisan bill, to not load it with anything except what's for Ukraine.
A record-setting 4.5 million Americans quit their jobs in March, according to data released Tuesday from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition, the data showed 11.5 million jobs available. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
U.S. Navy leadership said it's ordering investigations into the climate aboard vessels undergoing repairs in shipyards as it moves hundreds of sailors to land.
About 260 sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week. They're being offered temporary housing after 7 sailors serving on the USS George Washington died. 4 of the deaths happened last year. The other 3 were over a span of 1 week last month. Officials say 1 is confirmed suicide and 3 others are suspected. The ship has been docked off the coast of Virginia for maintenance since 2017. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is always there for anybody. 1-800-273-TALK. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Stocks flipped between small gains and losses in a narrow trading range on Tuesday. It ended the day in positive territory, one day before investors look for the Federal Reserve to deliver a 0.5 percentage point rate hike. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A record has been set in space. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
An astronaut and 3 civilians with the Axiom Space Company became the first all-private crew to complete a mission on the International Space Station. Larry Connor says it was a challenge as a civilian.
Well, I'm exceptionally lucky. Number one, average guy from Dayton, Ohio, grew up in a middle-class family, and I've had the good fortune and opportunity to do some extraordinary things.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The endangered California condor has returned to the skies over the state's far northern coast redwood forests for the first time in more than a century. 2 captive-bred birds were released Tuesday in Redwood National Park. It's part of a project aimed at restoring the giant vultures to their historic habitat in the Pacific Northwest. Companies and government accounts who want to stay on Twitter may have to pay a slight fee to stay on the social media platform. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, whose $44 billion bid for Twitter was accepted last week, said the service will always be free for casual users. Shareholders and regulators still have to approve Musk's Twitter takeover before it will go through. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you, Big Moose. On a home day. Here we go. Everybody on the same page now, right? Welcome in for our West Coast friends. 4th day of May. 2022. Hope your week's going well. Okay, with that, let's get back to the calls. Promise we do so. Scarecrow been hanging in there, patiently waiting. Thanks for hanging in there, Scarecrow. What's going on?
Well, it's a good thing I got plenty of patience there, Steve. But that's a good sign. You got callers there. That's better than that dead air time, right?
True. Yes, it was pretty quiet there for a while. You noticed that?
Maybe time to have a chat with Chris and the gang. Come up with a little more seasonal appropriate promo there.
Yes, we discussed that earlier this week. We're working on that. We're still talking about some of the getting ready for winter spots and whatnot. We got to get those bumped up. Getting ready for spring or getting ready for summer.
Exactly. I'm hoping I don't have to mess with that anti-gel for 6, 7, maybe even 8 months. But yeah, it's good to know we're on the same wavelength there. Horse feathers there. I was kind of wondering who the heck that gal was too. And you may be seen, I forwarded an image of her both to your email, and I think I sent you a text there too. Now, before anybody hollers about texting while driving, I figure what I've done for the last 5 million miles incident-free has worked. So
there you go.
Keep on doing what
it says here she's apparently an MMA fighter as well, huh?
I don't know. I just saw the pictures on this little bitty screen going down the road. I couldn't read anything. Given we operate the industry's roughest riding equipment here. So yeah, you can probably tell me all about that. But yeah, I wonder just how many others were doing a search on her at that very moment.
There you go. Right. Inquiring minds want to know.
Oh, let me tell you. This actually worked out good coming in behind Pappy there. I was going to give you the fuel report for Badger Dairyland up here. Now I've always rounded my numbers off, no matter what I'm talking about. Shucks, even as a kid, kid of the '60s, thumbing through the Sears Roebuck catalog, you saw something at $199.99. You knew darn well what the heck was that? 1 cent. Well, 1/10 of a cent on a fuel price. What the heck is that, too?
Exactly. And they still do that to this day. I don't know. I've never understood the 9/10 of a penny.
Shoot. Yeah. Anyway, the Loves at let's see, exit 48 up there on 9094. I think that was 538, and I was curious what. I just pulled into my fuel stop here at the moment. They've been hanging at $4 or $5, for the last few nights. I see it's 4.10 tonight now, so it went up 10 cents here. But regardless, it's about 30 cents difference across the state here for anybody interested in that part. Kentucky Derby. I've never been exposed to that, truly. Seen it on TV a few times. Now, it did rekindle, 1 year ago come Saturday. And I know I shared with you before about the chainsaw I bought for Mother's Day for my better half there. And nothing like strapping a saw on the back of a motorcycle there to draw attention. You don't need $10,000 worth of paint and chrome to draw a crowd. But either way, on the way home after purchasing that saw, a lot of trail dust that day, so we had to stop and wash that down a little bit. And what we thought initially was probably a bachelorette party or something going on. There's half dozen young ladies. And in my world, anybody under 35 to 40 years old is a young lady. But either way, all dressed the same and such. We figured, there's got to be a bachelorette party, something like that going on. And then we've seen a few younger fellas, too, that had respectable clothing on and whatnot. Thought, there's something else going on. Well, come to find out, the winery not too far from there, they'd had a derby party.
Okay.
So these kids, so to speak, they'd been at that party all day, and either way, they'd stopped next stop away out anyway. Hanging where we were, we went outside onto the smoking deck just to be outdoors, and 3 or 4 of them lasses came out, and the restrooms were occupied inside. So they went hoofing across the backyard of the alfalfa field. Oh, shuck, it wasn't a couple 100 feet away. And there they are. They squatted down out in the field out there, and one of the gals, she was actually facing us. And anyway, while she was down there, she lost her balance, went over backwards, and for all the glory and all the world to see. So yeah, that's my memories of the Derby there anyway. Speed limiters. I've been blessed to live in that world for about 7 years now, and it's one thing to back off, Steve, and let somebody go around. I got no problem with that. The problem is with more and more of us that are choked off at 65. We're lined up. Now we get somebody out there that is crawling along. The turtle race that you referenced there.
Yeah.
Well, the whole business of keeping a safe following distance kind of gets shot all to hell. After a while, very few trucks run that Saab 65. You got one with new rubber on, one with 100,000 miles on them drives, maybe 150, and and truck drivers as a whole are not a forgiving bunch. When it comes to being restricted to their speed, they're going to get everything they can out of that truck. They're not going to back off a mile an hour or whatever. So now you got that slow truck out there, and there's really not much of a gap, for that truck to get into. And if that truck does slow down that he's trying to pass, well, that's encouraging that next truck in line to pull out into the hammer lane and do the same turtle race. Okay, now let's bring the rest of the industry into this. We've already got 4 or 5 trucks crawling along here. Well, let's take a dozen and put in this cluster.
Yep.
And that's what it truly it's clusters right now. Can you imagine the aggravation and such that's going to take place when the masses, if and when the masses are introduced to all this? Why, the voting public is going to be screaming at their legislators and law enforcement and as well as taking law into their own hands. I have no time of day for it, but you're strapped with it. What you going to do? But So anyway, yeah. I
The
guess
term
it
road
worked
the,
out.
the term road rage is being used more and more with each passing. How much road rage do you think we'd see an exponential jump in road rage when and if they do implement this?
Oh, thank you there. That's the word I was looking for there. In fact, it's more than once I've messaged my supervisor after my run about another successful trip of generating road rage out there. So, well, either way, that'll do it for now. I guess I gotta get out here and spend some of my company's money here on this Go Juice. So. Well,
they'll be
the next
they'll be happy to see that. You're going to set them back another $1,000 right about now? I got a chuckle earlier. Somebody said I filled my tank up for $21. Of course, it was just my lawnmower, but I'm trying to be positive. It's true. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Dusty Chrome. I see that post. Getting ready for Cinco de Mayo. He's got his jar of Kraft Mayo in the sink. But that's coming up, isn't it? Cinco de Mayo. Almost forgot about that. Okay. Hello, Gilligan. What's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 81, eating Reese Cup.
There you go.
Yeah.
Back to the routine, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'm varying a little bit now with my new run. I go 77 to 220 something. Yeah, most of it's 81. Which way I go, it's either 3 hours up and down 81 or 4 hours up and down 81 before I jumped off. So, still the majority of it.
Mm-hmm.
On this old road I've been running for years. Yeah, I got to thinking about it yesterday. Nobody's going to really say something bad about this one. 23 years ago yesterday, I started truck driving school. Had that some climbed in an old 77 Model R Mac. Never had it out on the road. I pulled around on it off-road on the range. You know, this abortion issue he's talking about, I actually dated two women that had abortions early in their life. It is sad how that emotionally scars somebody. You know, they were both badly scarred for that. I mean, I don't get these people that say, well, you can't talk to them. They don't want anything bad said about abortion. You know, how they was always blocking that, the abortion funds. No dissenting views, no dissenting views. They ought to really think about what the women go through to push through this procedure. Afterwards, you know, it's sad. I believe in the sanctity of human life, you know, and I've also seen the scarring from it. And they deeply regret it. I believe that, and I believe they've been forgiven. You know what I mean?
Right.
Touch on a couple other things. Before I forget it, it was Thursday morning, Kentucky Ken messaged you about my phone number. If you get a chance, send that to him if you would. He said he wanted it.
Yeah, and I don't have Kentucky Ken's email, and I don't have his phone number either. So right now, if he sends me an email or something, I'll be able to forward that to you because I'm sure that's still in my box here from yesterday.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, if you get a chance, I'd appreciate it. You know, I have no problem talking. You know, or any of your listeners within reason. Don't know whether there's a couple of them I may not want to. But you know, some of them we all get on each other's nerves. I'm sure there's some out there wouldn't care to talk to me either. You know, we're talking about the interest rates and how they went up. 3 years ago, I refinanced my house and got 2.87% interest rate. I got two letters last week offering me to refinance that house. How much do you think they would offer now? You have any idea?
Not a clue.
How much is it? One was 4.75. The other one was 4.75 to 5.25.
Yeah.
Interest rates have went up that much already. That hikes up the rates. Do you imagine how much more they'll be going up? It's crazy. It's getting crazy. We've been talking about this fertilizer shortage. You know, my grandma and granddaddy, the only ones I really knew was on my mom's side. Granddaddy was born in 1910, grandma was born in 1918. They grew up through the Depression and stuff. And living out in the rural hills in West Virginia, of course, they didn't have much. I'm pretty sure they didn't use fertilizer because they couldn't afford to. You know, it was a modern convenience by then, back then. And I remember my granddaddy talking about how they would send, grandma would say they'd stand and hoe rows of corn all summer, you know, and he would say how much difference corn has grown in, you know, in the 70s and 80s as opposed to it was back when they were kids. And she told grandma, says, boy, I bet you your daddy would be amazed too. And she said, oh yeah, you guarantee they would. It'd be amazing. You know, people don't realize that stop bidding farming. I know a lot of your listeners do. How much difference that fertilizer makes in growing the crops. You know, that would really cut the crops. I'm a little concerned about, you know, we've got these large corporate farms. Look at all the farmland owns. Look at all the land that Bill Gates has bought up, the Chinese and all this. You know, I would not be surprised if the small-town farm, you know, family farms have a hard time getting the fertilizer because these corporate farms will be buying it up. I would not be at all surprised, would you?
All right, Gilligan, I think sounded like he was about to drop sell there. But thanks for checking in. Have a great morning. Yeah, the crop yields, we were touching on that last evening. Talking about the crops from Peru to Brazil and, on a global scale. The yields are going to be down dramatically, well, due to the lack of fertilizer. And there are a couple minutes before we hit our news break. All right, speaking of going to our electric vehicles, how about this one? Just a couple days ago, of course, leading the chorus is none other than President Biden. The all-out effort to convince us to buy electric vehicles under the claim that it's going to save you money. It's going to actually offer you a cost benefit. Some electric vehicle drivers are discovering the governments have no intention of letting you enjoy those cost savings scot-free, and massive new taxes await after you make the switch. I guess you could call this the proverbial bait and switch. The Biden administration has been pushing electric vehicles since their first day in office, and now that Biden's disastrous energy policies have sent gas prices skyrocketing, it claims that electric vehicles are cheaper, have convinced some to do the right thing and buy a hybrid or buy an electric vehicle. But there's one warning about going electric that many have not heeded. We have noted that various governments, local, state, and federal, tax, of course, each gallon of gas, claiming those tax dollars are needed to build and repair the infrastructure, the roads, right? If Americans are going electric and no longer buying gas, therefore not paying the tax, it will not just disappear. It will simply morph into a new tax, and taxes don't generally make lateral moves. They always go up, rarely down. Now, more than 30 states have already begun adding new taxes to the books tailored just for the hybrid and electric car owners, to make up for the loss in the gas tax revenue. And electric vehicle drivers are being struck with a brand new version of the good old buyer's remorse. Kentucky, for instance, is set to double the registration fees for hybrids and electric vehicles because gas taxes won't affect them. They're not alone. At least 30 states have already enacted new taxes or raised fees on hybrid and electric vehicle owners. There are 12 more in the early stage of doing the same. According to the National Conference of Legislatures, one growing trend is applying a separate registration fee for certain hybrid or electric vehicles. Now, those fees come in addition to your standard vehicle registration fees, and proponents support the fees to bring equity among drivers, ensuring all drivers are paying for using the roads. You add higher fees to your home electric bill. Some even resorting to charging a per-mile vehicle tax. Taxes, to charge taxes on the charging stations. They're going to make their money, trust me. Given the familiar line that it isn't fair to expect drivers of gas-powered vehicles to bear the brunt of the road taxes while the electric vehicle drivers get off scot-free. Up until this point, if you've been driving an EV or a hybrid to the extent that you're not using gasoline, you weren't helping support the system. Well, that makes a valid point. It may be a shock to electric vehicle drivers who go into their purchase thinking that they're going to be saving money to find that their fees end up skyrocketing even as they face brand new taxes. The new registration fees range from $50 a year in Colorado to a whopping $225 a year over the registration fees for gas-powered cars in Hawaii. But as the habit has been of government, these taxes will continue to rise even as new taxes to replace the gas tax are ultimately devised. Then, of course, we were talking about the battery prices, right? I mentioned that earlier. It was estimated last month the price of lithium needed for electric vehicle batteries has soared 472% year over year. Even worse, a Ford Motors executive recently noted that the world doesn't even have the resources and the supply chain to push the bulk of Americans into electric vehicles. I've been saying that, but that's coming from a Ford Motors executive. Hello? After Ford reported they had lost $3.1 billion on their electric car gamble, Ford's electric vehicle CEO noted that the world simply cannot meet the demand for the battery packs. Put very simply, all the world's cell production combined represents well under 10% of what we will need in 10 years. He said that last week, meaning 90 to 95% of the supply chain does not exist. These are grandiose dreams that California and the Biden administration has about trying to mandate all electric by the year 2030, 2035. And then the increasing cost of charging your electric vehicle. It costs up to $2,000 to install the charging station at your home. Drivers will also have higher monthly home electric bills, which we touched on last hour. And that's not even to mention the greater demand on the already delicate power grid. Hello. You've got to have the power grid to feed those power-hungry cars. This is what is the definition of insane? We've heard that many times, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. It's insanity. But I digress. All right, a little behind on our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. southern border numbers are in for the month of April. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Border Patrol agents apprehended 211,972 illegal immigrants along the southern border in April, according to preliminary Customs and Border Protection numbers. That's the highest April on record. The CBP statistics also indicate that more than 58,000 illegal immigrants evaded apprehension in April, with Tucson, Arizona, and Del Rio, Texas being the two busiest sectors for gotaways.
The sentencing trial of a Florida school shooter is being delayed until Monday. 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to opening fire at a Parkland high school on Valentine's Day 4 years ago, where he killed 14 students, 3 employees, and injured 17 others. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Maybe he should get a DA of the Week nominee. Got an inmate that led police on a chase in a stolen semi-truck Monday morning after escaping from a litter detail here in Ohio. According to the Bellefonte Examiner, 35-year-old inmate Andrew Claybaugh was on litter detail along State Route 47 by the municipal airport when he ran off, stole a nearby Peterbilt semi-truck owned by the Shelley Paving Company. He took off in the bobtail, headed east on State Route 47. Officials contacted the owner of the semi, who was able to track the rig via GPS, relay the location to police, which was located in Champaign County by deputies, who activated their lights and sirens, but Claybaugh drove on. doing 73 miles an hour in a 55 zone, running stoplights, committing numerous other traffic violations, straddling the double yellow lines on State Route 560. They were eventually able to throw the spike strips, deflate the front passenger tire, but he continued on around 60 miles per hour. The front tire eventually came off the rim, caused him to go off the right side of the road into a yard. Ordered to exit the vehicle at gunpoint. Deputies gained control of his left arm as he continued to refuse to give deputies control of his right arm. So here's the canine. Thor jumps into action. Thor was released and engaged with Claybaugh's right arm. Now facing charges of escape, secondary felony, grand theft of a motor vehicle, fourth-degree felony. Of course, he was previously incarcerated on felony drug charges. Just add some more time on there, whatever your stay at the county jail was going to be. Good morning, Rambler. Happy Hump Day. How's your week going?
Well, praise God, Steve, and good morning to you too, sir. And my week's going great. This is my Friday. I'm off the rest of the week. Mama Rambler and Star Wars Dane, they got to pack up and head towards Shreveport to the Shriners Hospital out there. He had spinal surgery back in October, and just going for a 6-month checkup. Just that dreaded hereditary disease that, Dirty Diapers had, and I've got, and it got passed on to both my two boys. Little Rambler, he's had the same surgery, 2 rods, 25 screws put in his back, and Star Wars Dane had 2 rods and 23 screws put in his back for scoliosis. Yeah, I tell you, but I thank God for my children. Thank God that me and my wife don't believe in abortion, that my wife carried both my boys full term, and I got them, Steve, I sat and I listened to the show last night. I didn't call in. I held back. I listened to the, everyone calling about the abortion issue. And, when I go to the Word of God in Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5 tells me this. The Lord told Jeremiah, he said, before you were even formed in the belly, I knew thee. And then I hear people mention Adolf Hitler and how evil he was. And yes, he was very evil. I hear people mention how evil Joseph Stalin was, murdered over 20 million of his own people. Yes, he was evil. And, Pol Pot and so many others. But, there's no mention under 9 sitting presidents that this country has done far worse than Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin or Pol Pot could ever do. This country has murdered over 56 million people in the form of abortion. And now everyone wants to get their panties in a wad because, it's not being banned or overturned. It's being passed down to the states. And all it is a power grab to try and get the left energized to go and vote, to try and keep, the red wave from coming, in my opinion. But it's murder. The Word of God says, thou shalt not kill. And when you, as a woman, make the choice that I don't want to be a mother, when you sit there and I'm not saying that, there's this excluding women who have been raped by a relative called incest and been forced, forcibly impregnated. This is for women who have free-willingly, and, we have sex education in this country now. By God, you all you have to do is pick up your cell phone, and there it is. It's right there, You ain't got to be taught how you ain't got to be taught about the birds and the bees by your parents or in school no more. You get it on your cell phone in the form of pornography these days, So when you freewillingly lay there and you're not on birth control, when you let a man or a boy, and y'all get it on, and he ain't wearing a prophylactic, then you know what to expect. You know, you made the choice, you laid down, you became pregnant. I like what Pappy said, you know. The honorable thing really ain't honorable no more because there's very few men left in this world. Those are starting to die off, you know, with the next generation coming up. But, you know, he married his high school sweetheart, carried the baby to full term. She's 40 years old, living in California. He's a proud father. You know, he's a proud father of Mercedes, and we've been praying for her. But, you know, Steve, also, what I learned, and it broke my heart, but it made me love my mother more. My mother, when she got pregnant with me, was thinking about having an abortion with me. She said back then they made it sound like it's so common that you could just have it, and you know that it was all right. And my mother said to me not long ago, she said, "Son, think about the many people that you've led to Christ that wouldn't have been led to Christ, then probably would be sitting in a devil's red hell right now if I had done that." Then I think about the 56 million who we had doctors, lawyers, people who could have cured cancer, people who could have cured AIDS, and I'm sure among them 56 million there were some pretty psychotics also. But I think about that, you know, and Steve, it's a sad thing, and you know, I think every state needs to ban it, but we know the liberal states aren't going to ban it. And I believe, this is just my opinion, that's how the liberal states are going to try and get their population back. They're going to open up the doors and say, well, guess what? Alabama don't want you to have an abortion, but if you want to come up here and we'll give you a tax incentive and a place to live and yada, 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 and you have an abortion right on up here or right on out west. I believe that's going to be a selling point to try and get their population back. Because, Steve, if you ain't been following the news, and I know you have, the population in California has dropped dramatically, and in New York. Everyone's fleeing and leaving, and they got to make up that difference somehow. But before I go, and I don't ever get into a peeing match on Facebook, you know, but there was a thing on my local news about the abortion deal, and I put 2 Chronicles. I copied and pasted 2 Chronicles, chapter 7, verse 14. It says, "If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin, and I will heal their land." I believe, Steve, the reason why God's hand of protection is still on the United States of America is because there's a remnant of people who believe that. And I believe there's a remnant of people that are still trying, even though it seems impossible, they're still trying to turn to God and heal, and for God to heal this land. You know, I posted that, and I got into I didn't get into an argument with him. He got into an argument with me. And, you know, this is where love comes into play, because I'm going to tell you what happened. Anyways, I kept on showing love. No matter how bad he hated Christ, no matter how bad he said he disliked me, in the end, this man called me on Messenger. And I answered the phone. First words out of his mouth, he said, "You don't even know me. Why in the HELL are you so nice to me?" I said, "Well, no matter what your belief is, whether you believe in, you know, you told me you're a Wiccan, you believe in the Norse gods." I said, no matter what your belief is or what you dress like or how you carry yourself, you are a child of God. God created you. You were formed in your mother's belly, and she brought you forth into this world. I said, you're God's creation, his highest creation. I said, I love you. I said, and I sincerely mean that. You know, when we got to talking, and he told me, he said, I used to be a Christian. He said, my dad committed suicide. And I had several pastors tell me that my dad's in hell for what he did. And I said, you know, they were wrong for saying that. Because no one knows what went through your dad's mind, whatever he did or however he did it before he did it. You know, The Bible says the last shall be first and the first shall be last. We don't know what happened. However, he did it. Did he say, oh, dear God, what have I done? I made a huge mistake. You know, all it takes is a split second to say, oh, God, save me, or oh, Jesus, save me. You're saved. The Bible, Steve, says, if you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross and believe and confess it with your mouth that he rose again on the third day, then ye shall be saved. That's what the Word of God says. You know, so I can never put nobody in hell. I can't do it, and I won't do it, because we don't know at the split. I mean, I knew a preacher who pastored a church up there in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm going to try to make this quick. And he had a son, you know, didn't quite live right. He was a good man of God, and his son didn't quite live right. Steve, his son, got killed in a car wreck. Years later, I mean, the poor old man never knew if his son was right with Jesus or not. But the poor old man, he had a stroke. He laid in a coma for 21 days. And when he came out of the coma, he was paralyzed on half his side. But man, he had he kept a smile on part of his face, and we never knew why. Well, when he got well enough to tell his testimony, he told his testimony. He said, yes, during that 21 days, I walked with Jesus. I didn't see the inside of heaven. I just walked on the outer perimeter. And before I woke up from the coma I was in, Jesus said, I got to let you go back home, but before you go, there's someone that wants to say hey to you. He said, I turned, and there was my son. I said, how? How? He said, Dad, he said, I knew I lived wrong, and I knew when that car was about to hit that bridge, I knew it was about to happen. I cried out to Jesus right then. That's why I'm here. So God's children, show people love, even though you may want to argue, even though they may show hatred towards you. The Bible says, do not recompense evil for evil, but try to live with mankind peaceably and with love. You know, I can guarantee you, Steve, that man that called me tonight, when we hung up the phone, he's thinking about his life for Christ and salvation. And I guarantee you it won't be the only phone call I get from him. Told him about our church, Determined Ministries Church, where he can find us at. And I want to encourage you, you know, try not to trade evil for mankind. Try to love someone, even though they may hate your ever-loving guts. Still show them love, because love wins all the time, Steve. And remember this, God's children, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, I love you. Steve, you have a great week. I love you. I'll try and call in. And you take care, my old friend. God bless you.
All right, enjoy your so-called weekend on Cinco de Mayo, no less, right? And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news update there, get the very latest. Hey, we need a keyword, do we not? Our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, which is in the final week, and we're halfway through that final week here. Your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword is fine. Just fine. F-I-N-E. Fine. That's a little different. Okay. Go to tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app on your smartphone, Android, iPhone. Enter the keyword FINE, and it's that simple. You're registered. A couple more entry opportunities coming your way throughout the broadcast day via our friends at tncradio.live. They'll, of course, give you a keyword between 5 and 9 a.m., or I'm sorry, 9 and 11 a.m. That's the morning grind. I think I'd have this memorized by now, wouldn't you? And, of course, you've got the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m., all those times Eastern time, of course. But fine. There's your keyword for this hour. Now, the list just continues to grow. 2 more food processing plants in flames this past weekend. The list is getting exceptionally long. All this when experts are talking about global food shortages as the nasty surprise in store for the world here in the year 2022. Which facilities were the latest to add on to that growing list? More on a final hour here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 members of Congress visited Ukraine. Representative Victoria Spartz of Indiana and Tim Walberg of Michigan visited the front lines in Kyiv. Walberg told Newsmax on Tuesday that Ukraine is winning the war against Russia.
And we believe, as we came away from that not only can Ukraine win this war, but they are winning it at the present time. They are using the resources that the West, including the United States, has given to them. I'm certainly supportive of what the president is offering now in additional aid, and I just hope that he's willing to push his leadership to make it a bipartisan bill, to not load it with anything except what's for Ukraine.
A record-setting 4.5 million Americans quit their jobs in March, according to data released Tuesday from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition, the data showed 11.5 million jobs available. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
U.S. Navy leadership said it's ordering investigations into the climate aboard vessels undergoing repairs in shipyards as it moves hundreds of sailors to land.
About 260 sailors are being moved off a Navy ship this week. They're being offered temporary housing after 7 sailors serving on the USS George Washington died. 4 of the deaths happened last year. The other 3 were over a span of 1 week last month. Officials say 1 is confirmed suicide and 3 others are suspected. The ship has been docked off the coast of Virginia for maintenance since 2017. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is always there for anybody. 1-800-273-TALK. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Stocks flipped between small gains and losses in a narrow trading range on Tuesday. It ended the day in positive territory, one day before investors look for the Federal Reserve to deliver a 0.5 percentage point rate hike. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentlemen.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A record has been set in space. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
An astronaut and 3 civilians with the Axiom Space Company became the first all-private crew to complete a mission on the International Space Station. Larry Connor says it was a challenge as a civilian.
Well, I'm exceptionally lucky. Number one, average guy from Dayton, Ohio, grew up in a middle-class family, and I've had the good fortune and opportunity to do some extraordinary things.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The endangered California condor has returned to the skies over the state's far northern coast redwood forests for the first time in more than a century. 2 captive-bred birds were released Tuesday in Redwood National Park. It's part of a project aimed at restoring the giant vultures to their historic habitat in the Pacific Northwest. Companies and government accounts who want to stay on Twitter may have to pay a slight fee to stay on the social media platform. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, whose $44 billion bid for Twitter was accepted last week, said the service will always be free for casual users. Shareholders and regulators still have to approve Musk's Twitter takeover before it will go through. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Indiana's schedule starts in a rush and goes out like a lion. Michigan and Ohio stay busy all summer. And Buckeyes, Wolverines, and Hoosiers can all agree Region 2 polling is second to none. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. A few weeks ago, we toured the NTPA's Grand National schedule state by state. You can still catch that report in the Overnight Radio Report archives on the front page at ntpapull.com or read it for yourself on our schedule page. This week and next, let's have a look at some of the great regional, national, and state-level action to be found within the NTPA's many membership organizations. We'll begin with the states that comprise the association's Region 2. In Indiana, it's the Rush County Fair Poll in Rushville on June 27th, the Arcola National Poll at Branning Park in Arcola, Indiana on July 8th and 9th, 29th. The Cass County Fair Pole in Logansport on July 15th. Thunder in the Park in Roanoke on September 9th. And the Lynn Lions Club Pole in Lynn on September 10th. Plus, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association has great events scheduled for Richmond on June 21st, the Indiana State Fair in Indianapolis on July 30th, and Gaston on September 16th. In Michigan, the Blanchard Days Festival in Blanchard has pulling on June 17th and 18th. The Bob Gilliland Memorial Pole hits Fremont on June 25th. The Summer Sizzler will heat up Doors Foxfire Pullers Track on July 2nd. The Eaton County Fair Pole invades Charlotte on July 14th and 15th. The Van Buren Youth Fair Pole hosts NTPA action on July 19th. The Monroe County Fair Pole has a pro-national event on August 4th. The Branch County Fair Pole in Coldwater is August 10th. And they'll pull all day at the Celebration on the Pond at Celebration Acres in Morley on August 13th. The Berrien County Youth Fair Pole reaches Berrien Springs on August 15th. The Hudsonville Community Fair Pole in Hudsonville is on August 24th. The Allegan County Fair Pole is in Allegan on September 14th. And the Hillsdale County Fair Pole in Hillsdale expands to 2 nights on September 29th and 30th. Plus, the Wolverine Pullers Association has events in Adrian on July 24th, in Saline on September 3rd, and in Centerville on September 23rd and 24th. In Ohio alone, we have 20 events, so let's get to it. The Paulding County Fair Pole in Paulding on June 17th. The Maumee Valley Pullers Summer Nationals in Wauseon on June 18th. The Harrison County Fair Pole in Cadiz on June 23rd. The Angry Farmer Products NTPA Nationals in Croton on July 1st and 2nd. The Marion County Fair Pole in Marion on July 7th. The Clinton County Fair NTPA Nationals in Wilmington on July 16th. The Fayette County Fair Pole in Washington Courthouse on July 23rd. The Union County Fair Pole in Marysville on July 29th. The Preble County Fair Pole in Eaton and the Champaign County Fair Pole in Urbana, both on August 5th. The Columbiana County Fair Pole in Lisbon on August 6th. The Erie County Fair Pole in Sandusky on August 12th. The Muskingum County Fair Pole in Zanesville on August 14th. The Great Dark County Fair Pole in Greenville on August 23rd. The Richwood Independent Fair Pole in Richwood on August 31st. The Emmy Miller Tri-State Showdown Pro-National Event in Wauseon on September 2nd. The Stark County Fair Pole in Canton on September 2nd and 3rd. The Hancock County Fair Pole in Findlay on September 4th. The Tuscarawas County Fair Pole in Dover on September 23rd. And the Dragway 42 Fall Shootout in West Salem on September 24th. For more information on Indiana and Michigan events, visit these states' websites: HSTPAPULL.com for the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers and WolverinePullers.com. And details on all the national events may be found at NTPAPULL.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, once again, thank you so much, John Dunlap. And good to have you with us here on a Wednesday Hump Day. Let's get back to the calls here. Hey, Big Moose, what are you doing up this hour? You're supposed to be snoozing about this time, aren't you?
Oh, dummy me, it got to raining pretty good there yesterday, and I sacked out in the lazy boy, and I slept all afternoon, so I've been up all night.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a pretty good gully washer come through there at the house there about 6:30 or 7 o'clock. That big old clack of lightning, and the power flickered, and the thunder clapped, and Bob Barker took a nosedive under the bed, and I come out of a dead sleep in a roll, buddy. I didn't know what was going on.
Well, that'll wake you up from a dead slumber, right? Boom.
Well, we don't need no more water up here, though. I tell you what, all the fields are looking like rice paddies, and we got, yards soggy. We get another one like we had today, there'll be trout fishing on Main Street, I guarantee it.
Wow.
But, no, I just sat there listening there a little bit, and I could, I'm glad I was on hold a while, because I've just about decided I ain't going to talk about what I called to talk about. Let me say it this way. Theology aside, here is one of the biggest beefs I have with the whole abortion issue. You can go down to these right-to-life places. You can go to these Planned Parenthood places. You can go to the county health department. Anywhere you live, you go to any one of these organizations, and they'll give you all the rubbers and pills that you want to where abortion shouldn't even be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Well, our tax dollars fund those programs. And I mean, you don't have to even give your name, Steve. You don't have to tell them how old you are. You don't have to show a driver's license. Nothing. You just walk in there and tell them, hey, I need some of them, and they'll give them to you. Our tax dollars have been funding these programs for ages. So if that is not effectual, then I say we disband those organizations and we keep our tax money. You know? And I've got my own beliefs about the whole thing, you know, and I'm not happily ignorant of Scripture, as some might think. That's not the case at all. But the thing is, what they're talking about is not going to stop abortions.
Mm-mm.
It's going to make it a state issue.
Correct.
It's always been an issue. I got a good friend of mine, Steve, down there in Houston, Texas, named James Robinson. You ever heard of him? He's a preacher. Got Christian outreach programs. That man done humongous good in his life. And he's the product of a forcible rape. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you talk about these abortions. Statistically speaking, 1% of those abortions are done due to rape cases. 0.5% is done due to incest situations, and another 0.5% is done due to health reasons for the mother, you know, for whatever reason the mother's not healthy enough to carry it full term or whatever, you know. So that is 2% of what most people would deem as an excusable abortion. So what's 2% of 900,000, Steve?
98% that have, I guess, no justifiable reason.
Yeah, other than just being lazy. And I tell you what, if you want to be a trollop, do it on your own dime. Like I said, you can go to the County Board of Health, you can go to Planned Parenthood, you can go to any place and say, hey, give me some of them pills or give me a sack of them rubbers. You know, I need them. You know, I'm planning on being a loose woman tonight. Tax dollars are paid for that stuff. Give me a handful of them. You know? But, yeah, I think it's absolutely inexcusable. I think it's disgraceful. And I tell you something else, Steve. It just goes to show you the decay of the morality that has taken place in this country. You know? And I tell you what, I'm about to get up on a soapbox, and there's going to be a lot of people ain't going to like it, but I think somebody needs to hear it, so I'm going to say it anyway. Okay? You remember the old story about Jonah and went down to Nineveh to preach, and it was hot. The sun was burning his back, and he was dying. The sweat was pouring out of him. He was drying up. He was dying. So God sent him a gourd vine, sprouted that gourd vine up out of the ground, give him a nice, big, comfortable place to meditate. Remember hearing that story? And old Jonah was suffering, and God took pity on him and gave him some relief in the form of some shade. Well, what Jonah do? He went and reverted right back to the nature of man. He got lazy, forgot what he was there for, didn't do the job God sent him for. So what did God do? God sent a worm and eat that gourd vine away. And that's what's going to happen in this country, Steve, because I tell you what, the church has got lazy. The exhorters in this country have got lazy. They're afraid of scaring people off. They're more worried about filling pews than they are saving souls, and they're running people. I'm going to tell you something. Matthew, 25th chapter, Matthew tells you every man needs to seek his own soul salvation in fear and trembling. That means you can't take nobody to heaven with you. It's your responsibility whether or not you go to heaven. You can't, I don't care how much you love them, how much you pray for them, you can't take nobody to heaven with you. But I tell you what you can do, you can take a Greyhound bus full to hell. And a lot of these churches and a lot of these religious organizations telling people what they want to hear, they're not churches, they're bus terminals. And the final destination is going to be a shock to a lot of people. Hey, there's going to be a lot of people going to church on Wednesday and twice on Sunday, going to wake up knocking on the gates of hell wondering how they got there, Steve. And whose fault is that? I tell you whose fault that is. It's the exhorters in this country. The men that's called to give this message is not giving it all. 99.5 won't do. It's 100% thing. Take it or leave it. You can't believe 99.8% of it and still get the pass. It don't work that way. You either believe all of it or you believe none of it. And Rambler was right when he said he knew you before you was formed in the womb. I tell you something else he said too. He said that whatever you do to the least of these, you've done to me also. Those abortions are the physical the equivalent of murdering Christ in the flesh. And I heard somebody, I forget who it was, said, oh, well, they felt bad about it. Well, you know what? Judas Iscariot felt bad about it too. You know what he done? He went and hung himself on a tree. And there is too many people walking on eggshells, afraid of offending somebody. Well, you know what? Loving somebody and enabling somebody is two different things. You can love somebody without enabling somebody. You can love somebody and correct somebody. Lord knows I've smacked many a hind end correcting the ones that I love. Mm-hmm. But that's what they needed. And sometimes you have to do that. You can't say, oh, well, it'll be okay. Just keep doing what you're doing. You can't do it. Don't work that way. And this thing is sickening to me. This whole topic is absolutely revolting to me. It makes every fiber of my flesh want to heave when somebody talks about this abortion and how commonplace, oh, everybody does it. It's okay. Everybody does it. It's okay. Well, I'm going to tell you. Sticking that camel through that eye of a needle, now you see where that reference comes from, because it's a lot easier to roll with the flow, And if you want to walk that well-beaten path, we all know where that leads. The same place that the liars, the adulterers, and everybody else is going to end up in a fire 7 times hotter, the Bible says, than anything that's ever burned on this earth before. And it's not going to be pretty. But if you want to walk that path less traveled and drink that bitter cup of loneliness, that's what it says. And he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. But, I'm done with this abortion topic. I ain't going to talk about it no more. I've done got my house in order. Everything's ready. And I'm not going to waver on this point, but I'm not going to discuss it any further. And that lit a fire in me. And, you can make excuses for something, don't make it right. You can pull an excuse out of your hind end for anything you want to talk about, don't make it right. Right's right and wrong's wrong, and that's the end of it. And with that, I'm going to crawl off this soapbox, and I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to try to get my blood pressure down and maybe go back to sleep. So
it's amazing they've been talking about it since 1973, Moose. I mean, as long as I can remember. I was born in '64, so almost my entire life it's been a topic of discussion. And it's amazing to me that in this day and age, in the year 2022, the mere premise of just turning the issue back over to the states. In Washington, D.C., you've got the likes of Chuck Schumer and even the Vice President of the United States making it sound like it's the end of the world for women's choice. Where have we come to?
Oh, I know. And I misspoke there a while ago. That was the Philippians, where Paul told them to seek their own soul salvation, 2:12. But, the 25th chapter and the 40th verse of Matthew talks about whatever you do to the least of these. But I kind of gotten a nod. If I'd had a chance to create some footnotes, I could preach a sermon for you. I ain't done that in a while, but I'm fully licensed and capable of doing that in the state of Ohio and everywhere else. But I'll jump off here. Everybody have a fine ride, and we'll be 1042 for a while.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks. Words that need to be heard by some, maybe, right? Well, speaking of people have had enough. Came across this story, and I had not caught it on our local news, but it is a local story out of Cincinnati. A school district that will not be having Diversity Day this year, after the school board members said enough political indoctrination was enough. The Forest Hill School District Board voting over the weekend 4-0 with one abstention to ban Turpin High School from having the event during school hours or in any shape if school or taxpayer resources were being tapped. During the meeting, the school board president read from parents' emails indicating opposition to this event, which has gone on at the school apparently for the past 5 years. Some parents said they don't want students being taught critical race theory, which was opposed by several of the current board members in last year's elections. Voters made it very clear in the November election, we do not want to fund social justice and political programming that is inherently divisive. She actually read a letter from a black parent that said, maybe their hearts are in the right place, and I respect that, but the implementation is completely off base, biased, and offensive. Part of the day was an activity in which students were asked questions, including, are you embarrassed about your clothes, or whether their doctor was the same race they were? To me, she says, I don't understand how this is the business of students or staff or leaders in this exercise. How is this not political and indoctrination to the students? Jonas noted that the event's speakers bring an agenda to the event. The event, it states, unite and ignite people for racial justice. Jonas had said after being elected in November that fighting critical race theory was important. There was critical race theory ideology sprinkled all into this program. What the teachers are taught in professional development is then practiced on the students. Although the school insisted that critical race theory as a distinct element was not taught, the progressive agenda in public schools has gotten a lot of attention as of late. Now, there was a video posted several months ago, unconnected to this particular case, that illustrates why. There's a woman who describes herself as a teacher that captured much of the woke attitude that parents are actually fighting back against right now. I mean, she posted a video on Reddit that said, teaching is political. Yeah, that woke teacher proclaiming how she actually sneaks the critical race theory teaching into her class. Either way, Turpin High School's diversity event was originally scheduled for last month. It was postponed until May the 18th, but it is now off. Speakers were to include individuals from the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center, a group called Back to Back Ministries, Cincinnati, and the Cincinnati Citizen Complaint Authority. They had been scheduled to attend the now canceled event. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me jump on over to Kentucky Ken this morning. What's going on, Ken?
Just making it through Chicago. I have to say this. This is the time to travel through Chicago.
Right.
Between 3 and 4 in the morning. Yes, sir. Hey, I heard Gilligan called early. I had a missed call when I was on hold. Does he have a Virginia number? 704 area code? I'll call him.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I have his. I mean, I've got his number in my email because he wanted me to pass that number on to you, but said I don't think I've got your email address.
Yeah. Well, what I'll do, I'll email you when I stop to make sure you have it. But I have to say, I just, old Big Moose may be retired, but he's still putting rubber on the road. He speaks a lot of fact. I enjoy listening to him every time he calls, and of course, Rambler's a saint, and he's always refreshing to hear too. But I have to say this: 33 years, I've never had to chase a semi truck, but I guarantee that guy, that escapee who was on that litter patrol or whatever he was doing, because he was trusted to do that, will never, ever forget that dog bite. I don't know if you know, I was, they hurt, man. I mean, I've been in training pretty bad, and when I was canine for 8 years, and I always said, they may slap your wrist in the courts, but you will never forget a good dog bite. Ain't going to happen. But that's all I got. I know you're coming up on news. I just wanted to say hello, and I'll email you when I get stopped down the road here.
All right, very good. And I'll get Gilligan's number forwarded to you. All right, and especially when the dog's name is Thor. Thor sounds like a badass canine, right? Look out for Thor. Yeah, I guarantee his bite hurt like you know what. All right, what do we got? About 30 seconds. We'll get our news break in here, and when we come back, I've got to get back to the rest of the story about 2 additional food processing plant fires. And the numbers we shared last week, I think we were up to 18, 19 such events this year. Nearly double the events over the past 5-year trend at these kind of facilities. So what's going on is the question. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The top 2 concerns for voters are the future of the country and inflation. That's according to a Fox News poll. In addition, Americans appear ready to oust the incumbent party in this fall's elections. 39% favor the Democratic candidate in their House district, while 46% back the Republican. In Tuesday's election, former Dayton, Ohio Mayor Nan Whaley has won the Democratic nomination for Ohio governor and will face incumbent Republican Mike DeWine this fall. Whaley is the first woman in the state's history to receive a major party's backing for the top office. She bested ex-Cincinnati Mayor John Cranley on Tuesday. Whaley figures to be an underdog in November against DeWine. And Amazon said it plans to shutter 6 Whole Foods stores. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, so the rest of the story, as they say, starting with the Purdue soybean plant, Norfolk, Virginia, over the weekend. No one injured in the fire at the plant, according to WAVY-TV. Cause has yet to be determined. But according to the Facebook page, the Chesapeake Fire Department said Chesapeake firefighters battled an industrial fire this evening at the Purdue Farms in the South Norfolk area. Plant operators reported a fire in large soybean processing tank. Firefighters climbed multiple flights of stairs with hose and equipment to access the standpipe system. Water was applied and the fire was brought under control in about an hour's time. The tank was cleared of all soybeans. Then Sunday night, fire breaks out at the Saldino's food processing plant in Fresno, California, according to KFSN TV. No information on the cause of that fire. Although authorities say they found no obvious links among the incidents, a number of food processing plants have been damaged in some rather strange incidents as of late. Tucker Carlson, back on April the 22nd, we touched on that, the Fox News, Tucker Carlson remarked on this odd series of food processing plant disasters that have befallen facilities all across the nation, and noted the oddity that two of those plants were actually hit by falling airplanes in 1 week's time. A plane apparently crashed at a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. 6 tractor trailers burned in that fire. Second time in a week, though, something like that happened. Tucker mentioned at the time, on April 14th, a plane crashed into the Gem State processing plant in East Idaho. What's going on here, you might ask? Well, the story gets weirder. Food processing plants all over the country seem to be catching fire. Seattle radio host Jason Rantz joining, giving his perspective on the incidents. He said, when you've got well over a dozen food processing plants and warehouses getting destroyed or seriously damaged in just a matter of weeks, at a time when the food supply is already vulnerable, obviously it would be suspicious. He also said the worry exists that these incidents are an intentional way to disrupt the food supply. Dave Beasley, who heads the United Nations Food Agency, said, as we've mentioned in recent days, the world faces the potential of mass food shortages due to the war in Ukraine. If we end the conflict, address the needs, we could avoid famine, destabilization of nations, and mass migrations. But if we don't, the world will pay a mighty price, and the last thing we want to do as the World Food Program is taking food from hungry children to give to starving children. Take food from hungry children to try to give something to starving children. That's just the latest, so add 2 more incidents over the past weekend, one on either coast. Hang it in there, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. You're almost off the air. I called in a little bit late tonight. I don't waste my time talking about abortion, Steve. That's not. I don't. If you don't know it's right, if people don't know it's wrong by now, then they never will. So I'm not gonna waste my time. Well, I'm talking about things that actually matter in this world. We have other situations that's a whole lot more important than that going on right now. But I'm gonna say something about the truck driving deal, Steve, and then I'm gonna talk about something the border crisis down here in Texas. When it comes to trucking with the speed limiter, Steve, here's how I see it. Owner operator, anybody who operates his own truck in America that's paying for the fuel, the diesel, truck payment, and all that, he should be able to have a wide open truck. The government shouldn't have a damn thing to say about it. This guy is paying all the bills. Now, as far as people like me who's in a company truck, this is not my truck. I drive for somebody else. My truck runs 75 because I live in Texas and the speed limit is in Texas. That's the fastest that any company truck should be able to go, Steve. It's 75 miles an hour. Like I say, there are some states where you can drive 75 and that's it. A company truck doesn't need to be running 100 miles an hour, 89, because you're gonna do that but get a bunch of speeding tickets and put you out of business and put you out of work in the unemployment line. So, like I said before, there's only a few states where you can drive 75, and that should be the upper limit for company trucks. And as far as owner operators, so you can't let the government step in and regulate, shut all these trucks down. Owner operator trucks. It makes no sense for a guy paying all the bills to be running 65 miles an hour in his own damn truck. So, like I say, if owner operators, if they thought they had something to protest about high fuel prices, they better start protesting about these speed regulators. Because I guarantee you, if I was an owner operator, I'd be raising hell about it. Mm-hmm. Now, let me get on to the situation with the border, Steve. I've talked to you months and months and months. It's obvious that Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about the illegals that's coming in. I think they said during one of your breaks, April was another record broken.
211,000 apprehended, 58,000 getaways. That's like 270,000 in 1 month, Eagle. What the hell?
Well, that's the reason why I said it's obvious that they don't give a damn about it. So I'm almost not even focusing on the people right now. The thing that I think is even more serious, Steve, is this fentanyl that's coming into the USA. This drug is a very dangerous drug. I forgot the amount that you could kill millions of people with just a little amount of this drug. Mm-hmm. I told you the other night about that video that I seen from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, of the homeless people that are addicted to this drug. These people are like zombies. It turns people into zombies. These people just sit there on the side of the road with no look on their face. They're just hopeless situation. Those people are addicted to this drug. This drug is worse than cocaine, crack, any other drug, marijuana, any other drug that you can name. This is something that Joe Biden, if he doesn't want to stop the illegals from coming into the USA, the least Joe Biden can do, Steve, is stop this fentanyl from coming in. If he don't want to stop nothing else, Joe Biden and his administration better stop this drug from getting into the United States, because this drug here is a very serious deal, and it's gonna ruin a lot of lives already, and it's just in its early stages. So I'm begging and pleading with the Biden administration or whoever's in charge of the border, please stop this drug from getting into the United States, because this is some serious business. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, you got it, Eagle. Thank you very much. Yes, and yes, obviously the numbers continue to skyrocket. I mean, I guess technically you almost have to look at it with the legalization of marijuana, whether medicinal or recreational, which continues to expand all over the country. The cartels used to make boatloads of money with the marijuana trade. There's not the demand there used to be. So you have to find the next. Well, what's the next drug going to be? What's the alternative going to be? And in recent years, yes, the fentanyl has become the go-to drug. And that's the cartels. They're making the money on the fentanyl, but they're also making their money on the illegal immigrants. The cartels numbers I see, if you broke it down, they're averaging about $4,000 per individual that these cartel smugglers get to the United States and get them into the country. It's like it's $1 billion or several $1 billion per month that the cartels are raking in with the human smuggling trade. Have no fear. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas says we have things under control. We are effectively controlling the border, right? All right, I think not. Who we got on the line? Is it Bo?
Bo.
Morning, Bo.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, no, I just want to tell Moose, you get up on that soapbox anytime you like. I love listening to Big Moose. As a matter of fact, that was one reason that I made it to Matt's, because after listening to him for 2 years, I had to meet him.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was good meeting you and Monkey Gouger and Big Tag, everyone. And, yeah, Moose, after listening to him for 2 years, I love it when he gets up on his soapbox.
Yeah, we don't get to hear from him nearly as much now that he's off the road, but yeah, so obviously I guess you were there, Thursday or Friday? Because that's the only 2 days they were there.
I was there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Oh, you're there for the whole show, okay.
Yeah. We talked, I'm originally from Ringgold.
Trying to recall, Ringgold, down Ringgold where I used to live in Georgia?
Yeah, Ringgold, but then I grew up in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, right. I'm thinking here.
Right. I try to comment on Facebook, but I'm always in Facebook jail.
Right, in this day and age.
Yeah.
Well, I bet I told you if you give us a ring, we got to get you a first-time caller code, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll do that. Get you just got your number down here. I think Chad sends them out on Fridays. Each Friday he'll get all the codes out. So watch for that Friday of this week.
Actually, I'm going to be going through Mount Gilead this afternoon, and I plan on stopping there.
Really?
Because Mindy and Kyle, they told me to stop by and they give me a tour.
That's great, yeah. So yeah, you met the whole crew while you were down there. Then yeah, that's the first time I actually got to meet Mindy while we were there in Louisville.
Yeah, but she's head of marketing, right?
Yeah, like the sales division, sales marketing. There's two different sales divisions. There's the retail, and then there's the big chains and whatnot. Yeah, she's down at I think the retail level.
Yeah, get in there and see him tomorrow.
Well, that's great. Tell him tell him I said hello, and I did get to go up there for the quarterly meeting a couple weeks ago and got to meet most of the crew, the workers and whatnot that I've never had the chance to actually meet and say hello to. So, yeah, good times.
Did you get to see that the tire eater?
The tire, they got it kind of under wraps. They were trying to give an update on that. Man, that's given them seven kinds of fits trying to get that thing running. I guess they were kind of explaining because it uses microwave technology, and as we all know, in these tires, you've got the metal belts and whatnot, and microwaves and metal don't tend to work too well together. And I was talking about they're creating plasma balls in the tire hog.
Oh.
So anyway, they made it sound like they're making progress, but no, I did not get to personally see the tire hog. It's under wraps up there.
All right, well, I'll get off here. Time's getting short for you.
Thank you so much for checking in, Bo. Yeah, thank you much for tuning in. First time caller, get a $60 code. Go over to hotshotsecret.com, and everyone needs to do that anyway. You're going to order your Hot Shot Secret via hotshotsecret.com. Punch in that keyword overnight drive at checkout. That gives you 10% off your order on top of 10% that you already get for first responders, veteran, or active duty military, or a CDL holder. Many of you are CDL holders. That would get you 20% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Yeah, we'll be back in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you, Pappy. You got your little blurb from CNBC in regards to Pfizer yesterday. How about that? Yeah, they're making big bucks under the hashtag money, money, money. Pfizer cuts their 2022 earnings outlook. Despite strong first quarter COVID vaccine and antiviral sales, the pharmaceutical giant now expects earnings per share between $6.25 and $6.45 a share for the year, down from the previous outlook of anywhere from $6.35 to $6.55 per share. Pfizer attributing their lower earnings guidance to research and development costs, as well as foreign exchange as the U.S. dollar strengthened against other currencies. However, the company is still projecting, here's the big number, $98 to $102 billion in total sales for 2022. That's billion. $98 to $102 billion. Yeah, follow the money. Hey, there's Truck and Phil on board. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Hump Day. May the 4th be with you. I had all but forgotten about that. Yeah, it is May 4. Yeah, the day before Cinco de Mayo, right? It's Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. Have a great week. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan, then flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. Only 235 days till Christmas. Blind Man, hey, good to hear from you. What's been happening?
Well, I learned something really interesting over the weekend. I was talking to one of the few neighbors that I can really talk to politically, and we're talking about the light bulbs. And he was telling me, and I remember hearing this many years ago as well, certain types of people have to have incandescent lighting because fluorescent lights, these curlicue light bulbs, I don't know about LED, but the way the light shines can trigger off an episode. Now, the electricity is 60 cycles a second, and with an incandescent light bulb, you're heating that filament, so it's a steady steady light.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at a fluorescent light, for example, if you look real carefully, you can see it kind of flickering on and
flickering,
off.
yeah. Fluorescent bulbs, definitely with the fluorescence, you can see the flickering.
Yeah. If you took a movie of it in slow motion, you'll see it going on and off 60 times a second. And that can trigger, with somebody with epilepsy, it can cause an episode. People with Asperger might have some kind of an episode because it looks like a strobe light to them.
I'll be darned.
It would drive them crazy. So banning these incandescent light bulbs just for the sake of not being efficient, well, that's going to make a lot of people very unhappy.
I guess it's a small percentage of the population, but there needs to be some sort of an alternative, obviously.
Yes. A steady glowing light. And blue light, I've been told, is not good on your eyes. My stockbroker told me that since he looks at a computer all day, he's been warned to wear special glasses that filter out the blue light.
All right. Well, blind man, interesting. I guess we learn something new every day. I guess you caught that, again, some of the discussions over the weekend. Got an email from Doughboy. Doughboy said, "Hey, Steve, did you do a bonus keyword this morning?" All right, we just got a few seconds left, but all right, since you ask, don't tell anybody. I'll throw you the extra bonus keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Enter the keyword million. Million. Yeah, you wish you had $1 million, but million. There's you a bonus keyword this morning, all right? Come on back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll be down to 2 days remaining in our 5-week contest for the $1,000 daily driver bonus via tncradio.live. And we will see you back at that hour for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I be my dreams.